welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to StevieMillPlays. Thank everyone for jumping in to watch. We appreciate all the time, and these guys are definitely in it up to their necks in this tonight. I'm Stevie Mill for StevieMillPlays and the humble DM. And let's take a moment to go around, and if you guys want to introduce your characters, your names.
I'm Caleb. I play Irving. He's a blind avian monk.
I'm Spurge. I'm the Namekian dark mage known as Drum.
Let's go.
I'm Levi. I play a Khajiit rogue named Sprinkles.
I'm Nehemiah. I'm playing Slippy, the slimy bard.
Slime Bard. He's actually already starting out to be OP, pretty OP character. Picking up, really right from where it had left off, you were actually staying at the nicest room in the castle, right? Yeah, you guys had gallivanted around Hamlina village all day yesterday, right? Having fun and shopping, cavorting around, assailing houses of the elderly, if I'm not mistaken, too, right? To watch that in the last episode, which we have on YouTube. So make sure you go back to those episodes before, so you can see how that turned out. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
But at the end of all of that, you resigned to the nicest room in the castle, with a nice empty courtyard outside. As the brisk night enveloped you, and you slept for what was probably 3 or 4 hours. Until then, all of a sudden, somebody had actually had a dream, or had something had come to them in meditation, and you got up and got to the door just as when you opened it. The prefect herself, standing there, her face sweaty, pale expression, looking at you blankly, holding out a lantern, almost going to push you inside the room, right? She starts muttering out loud, says, "The prince, he seeks to kill you. Says he will be here tonight. His men will come and kill you in your sleep." Everyone else was asleep. There we go. You were the only one that was awake. So as she comes in with that rushed message, you can smell the sweat on her right away, and something else. It must be fear. For her to be afraid must be truly something, because she is the Grand Prefect of Hamlin after all.
Well, I would like to ask her how many guards are on their way, and does she think that we would have a chance if we just fight them?
Roll d6.
We're getting into it. Let's see.
A hefty 6. Rolled again. Gonna start out. It's 4. So, stepping back and letting her in, the door shuts behind you. And there was her lantern, but also one candle sitting on a dresser over here, spilling some light out into the room. The majority of it is dark, though. Pretty darkened, as the three of them are still sleeping. In a hushed tone, you say, "Are there men? Are they on their way? What's going on?" Well, look at that. She rolled a 6. So,
Getting off to a good start.
Sweeping her gaze around the room, she hurriedly says, "You must rouse your men. They will be here, though I do not know who they are." She says, "Men, killers, mercenaries, certainly, hired by the prince. He will see you dead." Says, I don't know for sure if he brought you back to the castle to do this, or if he was just given this order from the king, perhaps. But he's set in his task, and his men are on the way. Says, wake your men. And she's gonna, she's actually gonna take a deep breath as if to yell. Roll a d6.
Oh no, I don't want you to yell. I just want to.
A 2.
No, she's gonna scream.
Oh, she rolled a 1. So as soon as she goes to let the breath out, you clamp your hand over her mouth firmly, pressing her up against the doorway. Right.
Nice.
She has a surprised look on her face. Again, she's got a wrinkled. She must be, for a half human or a half elf, she must be hundreds of years old. But as soon as you do, you realize that her frail body is not, it belies strength and firmness. As you're sort of like surprised, right? Taking a step back, she as if barely a whisper. She says, "If what I suspect is true, then you must go now." She says it in a whisper this time, but with an importance and a weight to it.
Okay.
So it's.
I'm gonna go around and just kick everybody awake and just be like, "People are coming. We need to leave."
Getting everyone up. I'm knocking the walls down. Again, it's hey, get up. Hey, the prefect is here. She says there's men coming to kill us, and as you rouse everyone from their slumber, quickly, you're getting up here. Hearing the grim news, you pounce up to your feet, getting your things on and boots on, capes on, cloaks ready. Instantly you're from asleep to awake in an instant. Adrenaline hits you as soon as he kind of wakes you up to tell you what's going on. So as the 4 of you are standing around the prefect, her back against the door, she with one hand goes to push to open it, but of the 4 of you, Drum, she with one hand reaches out to grab your wrist, and as she does, she clasps something in your hand, heavy, right? Pulling her hand away, it's a heavy iron rusty key. She says, "Come now, I will tell you what I know on the way. We have no time."
Ask this lady if she knows how to enchant things on the way.
So as you, as the 5 of you then turn going down this, and it's not similar to the guest quarters that you stayed in before. This is just a long hallway that has a big door at the end. Instantly, as soon as you guys leave the room and look down there, you can see 2 guards lying down on the ground, prone, all the way at the end of the hallway. As the 5 of you rush in that direction, she says, "They're not dead. They're not dead." As you get all the way down to the end of the hallway, she pushes the doors open, allowing you to get a closer look at these 2 guards as you step over them.
Can we take their stuff?
Do you want to try to loot them as you're passing?
Yes.
Roll a d6. Hit again.
Some armor.
What is that?
A 3. So that would only give you time as you're stepping over it to scoop down, and there was a sword still sheathed in his scabbard at his waist. Drawing it out in a backhand position while you're walking, you have his short sword.
Can I loot the other guy?
You'd have to roll at least a 3.
A 6.
Well, or roll a 6. So that's a successful rule roll. So as you're stepping over the other guard, instead of reaching for any of his weapons, because he's lying prone, face down, with his cape sort of over his back to where you can kind of see the back of his shirt and everything. He had a coin purse right out. His coin purse was clearly exposed. So reaching down, you grab it and snapping the twine band on it, take it.
Sweet.
If you're counting the money while you're walking, it's about 45 mil.
Nice.
Took that man's wages.
I earned it more than he did.
By waking up today.
Yeah, he's the one sleeping on the job.
You know what? You got a point there. So as that comes to a T hallway with steps on one end and another curve on the other end, heading towards the hallway, going towards the stairs. Again, in a rushed, hurried tone, she's saying, "They didn't think it was anything about the old ways, but I knew it was true all along." She says, I knew there was something going on as soon as I saw you. getting down to the stairway, right? She holds her hand out in front of her, nothing in it, right? Her sleeve rolls up a little bit, and instantly a green ball of what looks like goop at first, but then hardens, and then lets out a bright green shining light out of it, casting a light down the stairway, right? She looks down, and she motions her hands out for you guys to stop, right? As you guys stop, she waits patiently for a moment, right? You guys don't really hear anything, but then she throws it down the stairwell, right? It zips down as if guided by some unseen hand down the stairway, making a green nimbus of light going down as it's traveling. She turns around again, holding her lantern out, looking at all four of you, right? She says, the fact that you're here, the fact that you're here now, after all this time, it can't make any sense. She's turning back around, she starts heading down the steps, right? With the four of you going behind her as she's going down the stairway with her lantern held out in front of her. Coming to the bottom of the steps leads out to another straight stone hallway with doors on each side, many doors. And then you don't see anyone moving, no guards or soldiers or anything down this stretch. So she hurries you along. She, again, her steps are rushed, her shoulders hunched over, as again for her old, frail-looking frame, she's trying to bustle along as quickly as she can.
I'm gonna mold myself into a wheel.
Oh, spin that wheel. Come on, DJ.
Oh, it's a D8.
Hey-o.
A 1.
A square wheel.
Well, to say instead of turning into a circular shape, you turned into something more long and oval-like, so that when you did one big swoop like this and you fell back down, you sort of turned back into your normal shape, and you were like,
I can't blame a guy for trying.
You just had a bad cartwheel. That's really all that was.
on a 1, you did manage to turn it to a shape. It just wasn't a shape that could go very far. But that you guys were at the end of that hallway. As you get down to the end this time, it's another one of these big double sets of doors, and there were many doors on either side as you were running through. But coming to the end of this one, she creeps up to it slowly, and placing her fingertips on the door, right? Instantly green energy swirls out from her hands, trickling like through her veins, and as it hits the door, the whole door for a moment just pulses like green for a second. And as that green starts to fade, she again turns around, and her expression again is frightful and almost ghastly. She says, "This is magic that even I could never understand." She says, "It's far beyond anything that we've seen in eons, in tens of thousands of years." She says, there's only one way that we can really find out if this is really what's happening. But until then, and this is the most important part, she says, you must know that they'll always be coming, and they'll always be trying to kill you. They could be anyone, even someone that you think you trust, even someone you've never met. You must always be careful.
Does she have time to talk to me about the honey maker that the old man was telling me about? I've been waiting a week to ask her this.
Though, once you get all the way to the end, she'll stop for a second and she'll ask you if you have anything you want to ask. But you're almost to the part now where you'll be parting ways, and then you'll be able to, if any of you want to ask her for a scrap of wisdom. Okay. We'll say it that way because,
Nice.
So as that green ebbing motion fades from the door, right? She touches it with one finger, right? And the doors themselves swing open. As soon as you go to walk in, this was what looked like a guard station room with many guards that would have been standing around, because you see racks and coats on hooks and boots all laid out, and the floors are dirty. what you see here is really a strange sight, because there are soldiers floating and hanging about, all tangled up in this what looks like green lines of slime or magic energy. It's hard to tell. It's all over the ground in these big seeping puddles, and it looks like they've shot up in all directions, wrapping around the soldiers, and tightening them and snaring them and suspending them in the air while they're all sitting there struggling with their weapons out, wiggling with it over their mouths, and as they're all hanging there in the room. She steps in and goes under one, and she sort of steps over some of it. You guys kind of have to navigate through the room now to follow behind her. Whatever magic she cast on the door seemed to have a pretty dramatic effect on the room.
Impressive stuff.
She as you have to walk around people and under these long strands and columns of this green goopy energy, gets around to where there's another single oak door, right? This one with a heavy rung on it. Pushing that open, it leads almost in a very jagged bit of worn, mossy stone steps down, and as you peer down it, it goes straight down. It looks like for quite a little ways.
I know it's your character at this point. Do you even know this lady's name?
Pardon me?
Do you know her name?
The prefect?
We've been following her for a while. I forgot what her name was.
We've just been calling her the.
She's known as the prefect of Hamlina. She's actually like a vizier in that she's a spiritual guider for the king and for for his kingdom. She was stationed in Hamlina while they're building an extra castle out here. They sent her out there to oversee its construction and oversee the village and everything going on. The prince only just showed up a couple of days before. So she's been there really running things in the village and the city the whole time. But she's, of course, is a several hundred-year-old priestess with a hostess of powers and abilities herself, as you saw demonstrated.
Could I just
How do we
like
know she's
ask
not
what her
stringing us
name is?
along?
Well,
She's got an official title.
That's true. We don't need to know her name. We've got her title. That's a fair point. We'll get it later
I
once
don't
we've
know if I
become more
trust
notable.
officials. This
I
don't
mean,
seem
she
official.
seems pretty trustworthy. She's not the one trying to kill us right now.
At least not.
And from what, and actually because of the earlier sessions, she was talking about things that she called the old ways, which was information, and not to say I would say scripture so much, but just retellings of things that happened way back at the very origin of the world's history. So it's almost all but forgotten, in that the occasional person might know something about it, and she would be the one person that knows a lot about it. The old ways meaning, and it keeps coming up because whatever seems to be happening now as she's hurrying you along these corridors and then down this very narrow, darkened shaft of stairways. She's, the way everything had been explained was that for some reason, because you're here, because you've shown up, something's happened, right? And no one really believed any of the teachings of the old ways, but now that something has compelled the prince to send men after you, it's given her enough pause to wonder, to steal you literally out of your rooms at night and to guide you away to escape, and not to fight and to maybe live or die, but to just flee. At the bottom of these steps, coming all the way down, is a iron grated, rusty door, right? This one doesn't have a lock, but as she again puts her hand up in front of her like this, some of that green globbing energy almost splashes out of her hands and lands on the door, like tss. As soon as it hits it, you hear a hissing sound and white steam rises from it as the green sort of swirls all over the rust and the bars. And then as she walks towards it and just waves her hand, it opens. You had to say that it opens, but she pushes the whole thing, and the whole door with a large creak moves forwards a foot, busting off the hinges. Then falls over, and she steps over it, heading down this what's now rounded, mossy, damp tunnelway. So you almost the tallest person in the group would have to, kind of go like this as you're walking through it. And this is a bit of a tight, single file tunnel coming all the way down. And she gets to the end, and it's not where it's a little bit of a more open section, but there's another door here. This one is heavy, solid iron. Looks like with heavy rivets and bolts lined into the borders, with a big, thick-looking keyhole, and it looks like it's not rusted. So it looks like it's been used recently, or at least in working order. She says, "This is the entrance to the dungeon." She says, "There are passages within that will take you to the catacombs beneath Hamlina. They were put here in the earliest days, a century ago, all but forgotten. But you can find your way through them, reaching what she describes as it comes up to like a little bit of rocky plateau, and from there it's a long boarded off bit of a piece of a mining shaft. So if you can find your way through the catacombs under the dungeons, you'll come up out of a abandoned mining shaft. She says from there, you must go find the scholars. There may be a scholar there who may know something of the old ways." She'll say that they're the scholars at Shimmerset Lake. Putting that on the map, it would be west across the continent. So you would have to, from as soon as you get your bearings, you'll have to head pretty much directly west, and the Shimmering Lake itself, not the Shimmering Lake, but the Shimmerset Lake, which is its namesake, is a huge lake. So if you see that, then you should be able to use that to find the scholars at Shimmerset Lake. They have a academy-esque castle building on one far side of the lake, where they do their arcane studies and magic research and purveyance into the lore and arcana of the world and all that kind of magic stuff, right? So they're the place itself is Shimmerset Lake, and they're the scholars of Shimmerset Lake. She bids the five of you to head there right away, and she says she will go back and she will try to explain the best way she can on how you got away, but she admits that she'll surely be implicated, and when she goes back, she will likely have to face her death.
Well, then don't go back.
Yeah, come with us.
She says it's her responsibility as prefect of Hamlina to go back and to defend what she knows of the old ways and to protect it at all costs.
I
So
asked her to, can you teach me a song of the old ways before you go?
Can't
I
tell
want
me
to
about
know
the
some
honey
funky
maker.
monk
A
stuff.
song to remember you by?
4.
Chanting of the old way.
Well, is that so? If you want to use that for your piece of wisdom, as far as before she bids you farewell, because this is that moment. She's letting you know that she's going to go back, and she's going to fight them if she needs to, but she's not going to let them. She's not going to let them figure anything out about anything, and it will surely cost her her life if she should be found. She should be found guilty of treason. Accepting her fate, she will bid each of you one. What can I tell you, or what one piece of wisdom do you seek before you set off on this task?
Can you enchant stuff? Can you enchant this for me?
She says, "If danger is what expected of you, then let me enchant you. You let me enchant your gear to be true."
Thank you. So it's my Commander cloak. I was hoping you could animate it
She says,
to allow it to
normally you would need a lot more of the animal to attempt such a feat, but she says, but my magics may be sufficient. She says, hold it out before me.
hold it out before me.
So she waves her hands over it. You see green, a bit of that misting form up around over the top of it, and she's literally like dotting the air with her green little bits of gooping of magic that are coming from her hands. So they're all hovering there in a bit of a flat, bit of a line for a moment, right? And then as she moves her hands away, it all falls onto the stretched out piece at the same time, right? It soaks in for just a second, then the whole thing begins to pulse a bright green, like thrumming, boom, boom, boom. Then the whole thing sort of settles back down, becomes its normal color again. But this time, as you hold it up, you can definitely tell a green shimmer going through it as the light is bouncing off of it. So whatever she did to it seemed to enhance its properties.
Okay. Does its name change?
Yes. What was it called before?
The Comanther cloak.
So now it's called the. Well, I guess you can call it the Comanther Concealment Cloak. The Triple C. So you'll still have to do a dice roll on it, and it will attempt to blend into the surroundings around you. Say attempt. So that being your piece of wisdom, what else would somebody ask a question?
Tell me about the honeymaker.
She says, "Ho, you must have met that poor old fool wandering around the streets."
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
She says, "I knew him once when his mind was sharp and his will was strong. And yes, if he told you, then yes, it was me who learned the ways to make the honey all those many decades and decades ago."
Do you have the recipe?
She says, "Would your piece of wisdom be a recipe for honey?"
Would it hurt?
No, if you want the recipe, you can have it.
I would love it, yeah.
She she really does. She produces a bit of a parchment and a quill from beneath her robes, and she says, "A simple request, though it's been many a year since I've shared this secret." Says, "You promise you will use it for the ends of good and benevolence?"
Absolutely. No question.
All right, so yeah, you get the we'll say you get the emerald honey recipe.
Sweet.
It's the secret. It's emerald honey.
I'm gonna play Pulsing Overture in front of her, and then I'm gonna hand it to her to teach me like an old version of what I just did.
Roll a d6.
Oh, it's
To
a
do,
D8.
oh, the D8 do pulsing overture. Nice. A 2. Well, as you attempt to play it, it lets out a dun 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 dun, making a tune, but not exactly the one you were meaning to do.
And then I'm gonna hand my reed whistle to her so she can teach me.
Taking the whistle, she says, "Oh, I never really was much to play these sorts of things. But if you'd like, I can cast my magic upon it the way I did his equipment." So holding out in front of her, again a similar way, green, a bit of that green, almost like it travels up up the tops of her veins, up into it, and then for a moment it infuses it as it begins to glow green, boom, 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 and then it fades out, and as she holds it back out to you, it now, instead of a polished looking, steel looking, it's now a polished green, shiny looking metal on it instead.
I put it in my pirate hat.
Nice. To follow the namesake, it would be the what was the name before?
Just reed whistle.
Oh, so now it's called the Emerald Whistle.
And then for my piece of wisdom, I was wondering if there was anything that you could do to make like animals more in tune with me, if you know what I mean. Like if I am not as oh god scary looking.
Good nature sense.
Something like that, just where I can kind of like
Nature,
talk with
animals.
other birds maybe at a start or something.
Roll a d6. Roll a d6.
Species trait.
So, putting her hands on your shoulders, she looks at you up and down and says, "Of the four of you here, perhaps your spirit is the most true."
Hey.
She says, so, and as she, again, her hands firmly on your shoulders, so she says, so a gift of my people I will grant to you. Again, that magic wells up from her shoulders, up into her hands, and then you feel it as weight, like holding your body down for a second as you feel it sinking into your shoulders, into your chest. And as it radiates and finally settles into your body and from your head to your toes and then fades away and then it disappears, you look down, you kind of feel yourself down. You don't feel any different now. And she says, when the time is right, just calm your heart and see if they will come to you.
I appreciate that very much.
So say we'll call that a skill. We'll call that calm heart.
Calm heart?
Maybe 1 NP and 1d8. And so, with her lantern in one hand, she casts her hand out at the door, motioning for you to step forward with your key.
I'll step forward with the key, and I'll use it.
Again, big, heavy iron chunk, and then you have to really lean your whole weight against the door to push. Although it does open somewhat easily, it's just so incredibly heavy. As you push the door open, revealing, what looks like a normal-looking dungeon corridor, with the errant ball and chain lying over here and a bit scrap of cloth, with a barred door, a barred door, a barred door, a barred door, 1, 2, 3, 4, with a 5th barred door at the end. We can set it up nice. The 4 of you walk in, and as you go to turn to bid the prefect a farewell, she's disappeared.
Not surprised.
I was gonna try to pick her pocket.
Really?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you were.
I wanted to, but she had changed my stuff, so I was like, alright. That's all I wanted. She did it. I trust her.
I probably would have. If she didn't give me.
Oh yeah, if she hadn't done it, I was gonna do it.
Just to see if I can get
Yeah, I'm getting something.
She ran back off to her dog. We should have knocked her out and took her with us.
That's true. I should have just went like, bam!
You don't get to decide your fate, NPC.
Right. We take you with us.
She was a pretty crucial NPC though. And who knows? Maybe she won't run off to her death. Maybe she'll run off to her victory.
Just takes out the.
She is. I mean, she's considerable. So I mean, there is
Try to
a.
make that
That would be
become more
awesome.
powerful.
Oh no. So with this being the doorway, that you came in, the 4 of you again are looking down this simple but yet sullen-looking dark. Who has the light source? The prefect ran off with the lantern. My kingdom for a torch. I popped out the chat a minute. Welcome back,
Oh yeah, wait. I never needed.
Johnsy. You ready to
can't
see
see
some
anyway, it
6s?
doesn't matter.
There's already been actually some 6s.
Oh, yeah.
No triples. The triples are elusive.
Yeah.
But we're going to
I'm gonna
roll it again.
Welcome
the
back.
Revenhar.
Welcome
Good
back, in
evening.
fact.
Sorry, I had the chat popped up, but it had minimized when we had started. So let me wish everyone a hearty welcome back, and hope you've been watching this as it's unfolded, and got to hear a little bit of the story that was issued there. Just a snippet, not a whole lot. But they find themselves entering this small dungeonous space with 2 iron rusty bar doors on each side, a large iron rusted dungeon door at the end, and again just piles of refuse and cloth and things like that, scraps, even a small little chip and piece of a bone here and there, littered all along the floor. So no light, no torches.
I'm gonna cast Zap, and during that time, that lightning is sparkling. Hopefully, we can see something that we could use as a.
So make sure you subtract
Better light source.
subtract the MP.
I have a handful of dry hay. I could light. Didn't you have some? Did you get torches when we went to that shop? And you carried it all out in one thing.
Yeah, I thought we
We're
had
gonna
torches.
be just
Didn't you get
casting it straight ahead
baskets?
to light up the whole room.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it.
I
Is it on a
see.
sheet of paper? Or did you copy
I
it?
did copy it down, but I don't
The
have
3.
any.
Slip
I
it
got
a step
2
forward, and
bottles of champagne.
the Zap magic kind of comes from almost like the ceiling of the dungeon, straight down in a zzz, and it does send that yellow and light flicker of illumination in the entire room for that brief moment, allowing you all to see, clearly the four doors. It even cast a high enough flash all the way at the end of the room to where you could have sworn you saw the flash of bone in all the way in the back of this room, like something white leaning up against the wall, and then just like that, it's put back into near darkness. Especially right after the flash, it's like it gets dark and then it settles in, and you're like, dang, is it darker?
Did we notice maybe any unlit torches on the sides of the hallway?
Everybody roll a d6. We're gonna put it to the dice to see how lucky anyone is. A 4, a 1,
No.
a 6,
Let's go.
I don't see anything.
and a 1.
anyway, but- Hey, you see?
So
Should be king.
you don't really see, have a problem walking around in this kind of light. But as you were already sort of walking along this side of the wall with your hand, against the mossy, damp cobblestone, and etched pieces of rock, you do brush your fingers across the rusted metal doors of the first door, right? So as you're walking your hands along the rungs, walking down this side of the room, you were walking along the other side of the room, kind of doing something similar, just kind of feeling out. Your hand hits something, and you hear something hit the wall and fall down in front of you, clattering on the floor. You almost kind of kick it a little bit as you reach down to pick it up. It maybe was a torch. It's now just a bit of a shaft of wood with a bit of but that's a bit frayed and splintered at the end.
I'll keep it.
With that, do you guys have enough
Some
stuff?
hay, and I have a flask of oil. I can just dribble a little bit of the hay on there and then dribble a little bit of oil on it. Maybe even untwine some of the ropes. So
I'll
that
just
it's
give
tied
you the
on
wooden
it.
thing.
Do you want to roll
make
d6
it.
to try to pick up a skill?
And I'll give him the wooden thing.
A 4. A 4 is a success. To say it makes enough of a torch to where, as you strike it and it bursts out in flame, some of the oil that you dribbled got on the floor too, and it, was a little more fire to light the torch than you needed. But as you hold it up, and you even see the little drips of wet, flame dripping off the bottom of it, holding it out, it illuminates, the whole hallway in front of you, the whole thing.
Okay.
So you can see the 2 doors on each side and the 2 on the other side, and they're all very similar in that they're, at least 7 feet tall, with like 8 or 9 rungs that are all hard iron with rust all up and down them, rough and coarse. And now that you have a light source, everyone can roll a d6 investigation check. A 4.
sense instead?
Yeah, can I meditate?
Of course.
Try to get like a.
Ooh. I'm gonna bust out the D8.
Can I use my brass key on the doors?
Oh, wow, I can...
That's a 2.
A 2?
Yeah, I don't sense nothing.
Take this out. Can I put that next to your character name? Alright.
Hey. Cool.
Go ahead. Oh, you got D6s?
Can I roll just to try my key on all the doors, my brass key? Or do they have locks on them? I guess I'll just roll a d6.
You're putting the cart ahead of the horse. A 1. 1.
Can I meditate to try to have like some insight into where to go or the best place for me to go?
It would take the turn, and you would just sit.
I'm
and
fine
sort
with
of
that.
just think and meditate. Go ahead.
Cool.
A 3. Nice.
Nice.
Beautiful. So, getting the highest roll. Say that you were the first one to kind of notice that this door, as you were walking along past it, now that the light is spilling out into the whole hallway, you'll notice that this one does have a lock on it. It's a rusted, heavy iron-looking padlock, right? So this one definitely has one. But as you sort of hop a little bit further down and look at this next one, as everyone is navigating, exploring and checking things out, and you're meditating, you notice that this one doesn't have one. It's just a normal door that looks like it could be opened or closed easily. So it's you find it strange that one over there has a lock on it. This one doesn't. And you were walking up. You hit a 3 on the meditation. So you sit down for a second while everyone is walking ahead of you, sort of examining the hallway. You close your eyes and you meditate to again try to lose the moment. Try to just focus on the self and try to find some clarity. And you do sort of have a brief moment where you're just like, she definitely said something about catacombs. She definitely said something about getting to them from here. So it wants to make you more aware to ways to get to catacombs from where you're. And as soon as your eyes open, you're staring down at the floor. So you're just like, it's gotta be a floor. There's gotta be something you get down through the floor to get there, right? If the catacombs are underneath. So as soon as you're like, stand up, you're just like, yeah, and you start kind of shuffling around where the moss is covering over some of the sections of stone, and you're scraping it. You're kind of stamping around. You're doing that in this section of the room.
Cool.
You were a couple steps out ahead of him, feeling along the hallway of the doors. As you stop on that doorway and you try to cast your sense out into it, right? You don't really sense anything in there. Is it an empty room? There's definitely nothing moving. And aside from their shuffling around you, you don't hear anything coming from the side of it. You wonder if it's locked, and so you pull it. It lets out a large, rusty clunk sound, but it does open. Which everyone else is kind of like, oh, as you pull the door open. So that was this door. And you walked up to this door right here, and this one didn't have a lock on it. So putting your hands on the bars, you look inside. You see what looks like maybe had been a box sitting there, splintered. Its roof sort of caved in from moisture, but it looked like it had at one time been a wooden box, but now has been long since half rotted away.
Is there anything in it?
So that's everyone's section for that turn. So let me give everyone their dices, and so and we'll start with you because you set up you're right at the end. So yeah, swinging the door open, right? You step inside, and this is definitely what looks like for lack of better terms, a grimy dungeon room. It even has like the shackles hanging from one side of the walls that are bolted up, and it has a set that are hanging from the bottom, that are just lying there.
Can I take the metal shackles off the wall?
They're bolted down.
What's in the box?
So as soon as you go over to the box again, it's almost like you could almost grab sections of it and pull it away because it's just so wet and half rotted. But as you try your best to kind of tip it up and back and open it without really spilling without spilling the wood, it really just kind of breaks and falls apart, only revealing what maybe would have been some human refuse that was inside of it long ago. It seems to have long since been expired, and the whole thing is just a wet, dusty mess. But standing up, you turn and you see him like standing out here right in front of the doorway, and he's just like stamping on the ground. You got your attention, right? Casting your eyes around the doorway and looking at the small room itself, there's a spot over here where maybe someone could lie down, but there's no hay or there's no straw or anything. It's all just wet, mossy stone.
Can I search for any like hideaways or secret spots? Stash spots?
In this room, yeah, you can 1d6, and we'll go around each turn. Three. So as you start patting down walls and examining the corners of the room, going over to the shackles and rustling them, kicking them over on the ground, and pushing that wall, you do examine the room thoroughly, but you don't seem to find anything except for the fact that it's just a cramped little dungeon room.
Okay.
We'll go to Drum's turn next. So as you're kind of stamping and scraping along the ground here, going up the middle of the hallway, it seems to all be very, very solid stone as you're looking up straight ahead of you. You don't see any breaks in the stone that would look like they'd be square like a hatch or a trap door. It's all very, unevenly sort of set, mossy, grimy looking stone. And you're in the center of the hallway now.
I like to go investigate the skeletal looking stuff at the end of the hallway.
Okay. Going down to this doorway, and again, this one doesn't have a lock on it. So as you grab it and there's that one moment where it didn't budge, and you have to all right, put your hands on it on this side and pull back almost as hard as you can. The ground underneath the bottom of it had all been sort of not fused in, but had been stuck in there. And so as you're having to it open, again, laying out loud screeching sounds that echo along the hallway walls, you get it open enough to where, as you step inside, this appeared to have been not a dungeon room, but like a torture room. You see what would have been long ago been like a coffin that had stood up against the wall with it open, but it's got the occasional spike here and there. The majority of them have broken off or gone or rotted away. It's hard to tell. There's over here in this other corner, it would have been a large wooden wheel on a big tripod base, but the top whole part of it has been rotted over and all moldy and just mildewy. So it looked like at one point maybe you could have attached somebody's body up to it, almost like a rack sort of thing. But it's been long since rotted and worn away, and it's almost rotted into itself. So roll a d6 will be your investigation check here. The 4. So as you're, again, similar to what he had done, looking at the walls and examining the room, we'll say as you walk around to that big, again, it's like a coffin leaned up against the wall. It's made out of a heavy iron, and as you walk up to it, it's leaning like this, up against it. So, but it looks like it could be shut, but like no one's touched it in decades. It's got an inch of dust on it, and the whole thing looks rusted, and it's just leaning there. That's 7.5 feet tall, pretty big. You'd almost have to step somebody up to put them in it.
Did I hear him close it?
No, he hasn't. But I'll give everyone else their check. If you want to mess with it, it'll be we'll let everyone else go around.
Yeah, I want
Go around first. Yeah.
The-
So these two doors here, one has no lock or any kind on it, and this one does. Again, it has a big, heavy, only lightly rusted, but it's a big metal padlock on it. So it looks like you would definitely need, and it has a key, a keyhole about this big. So you would definitely need some kind of a key to open that lock. But this door can be opened, and if you want to go in.
I'm gonna cast Zap on that lock.
Go ahead. Subtract the MP. Roll. Is it a D6 or D8?
I think D6.
See, this is what a 1. So on a 1, there we go. You do cast the zap, but it's a small little zzz that kind of forms in front of you, about 10 inches in front of the door and the lock. It just fell short, and it makes a zzz from the air up and down in a bit of a zapping motion. And just as soon as it zzz is there, it's gone. But it did fall just short of where the lock of the door where the lock was positioned at. You're like, dang it, I just missed. You can attempt it again or something else.
I'll just attempt to open the other door now.
Grumbling at that doorway, you walk over to this one and pushing your body up against it. It does push in with relative ease. Walking in, you see what looks like a rotting corpse lying there. It looks like it's been there a couple weeks, and so it's in its last stages of decomposition. Whoever left it here must have left it here a couple of weeks ago. Smell is pretty bad as you stepped into the room, but the one thing that you did notice was that there was a little stool right next to it, right? And you can even see as you hop up to it and look closer, there's like a pair of pliers there, and there's like a little hand hacksaw, like a little handheld hacksaw, and you also see what looks like a poker, like a metal poker. They're all sitting there around the stool. Whoever was here left these things here in a hurry.
I'm gonna take them with me.
You know, take the tools.
Mhm.
So it's an iron poker. It's a pair of iron pliers, and it's a what's the third one?
A hacksaw.
Hacksaw, yeah.
Yeah, it was a handsaw.
Hacksaw, yeah. It's pretty brutal so far.
Yes, that's.
I'm gonna bounce on the corpse a little bit in disrespect on my way out.
Well, roll d6 for that. What I can only describe as a slime bag. Yes. Put that down. So on a 3, it is enough to move its body and like disrespecting it greatly. But as you leave that room, not letting the door, not closing the door behind you, comes around to your turn.
I'm just gonna finish opening the door that I was opening. I'll step inside and see if I can use blind sense and see like if there's any big things in the room that I could tell.
Okay. A 4. So on a 4, you walking in your hand along the wall, you stop for a moment, take a deep breath. You can tell that there's this room is small, damp, confined. There's got to be something on the other side of the room, though you really can't tell what it is. But as you go to take 2 steps bravely across the room after it, your feet stumble and you kind of get caught up in something. Reaching down and pulling it up, you hear shh. It's a strip of cloth. It's a strip of cloth. As you sort of reach down and examine with your hands, you then feel bones, right? And then a shirt over it. Feeling around, it was a body here, but it's long. It's a skeleton now, inside of clothing.
What a find.
Standing up, you, in the direction you were headed before, go out until you feel something made of wood against the stone, sitting there. As your hands go up and down, it goes up to an end, and you feel like a rack, like it's resting on it. As your hand goes down, you feel metal. It comes to a bladed point. As your other hand, instinctively, you reach down and kind of, it's a big axe hanging from the wall.
I'm gonna take that axe.
Yep. Hefting it off the rack, it's heavy. Kong.
Nice.
It is a iron battle axe.
And if we have time, I'd like to go try my lockpick on that door. It's just whenever we get there.
All right. Well, it's gonna come back around to you first, because you were the one that was walking up to this big metal Iron Maiden-esque coffin leaning up against the wall. And as you're just like, well, it's a dungeon. It's not gonna matter anyways what I do, right? You just want to. Do you get the idea to just close it?
I kind of want to see what happens, but I don't want to be inside it necessarily. So I still have
Not a fan of that kind of torture, huh?
Well, it could be cool, but it could also be bad. So just as a little experiment, I still have those 4 battle elk legs that I harvested. Could I put one of those legs in there and close the door and see what happens?
A leg of elk.
Yes.
Sure. I mean, you can hold it out and you can set it gingerly inside, and you're resting. It's sitting in there.
Yeah. And then I'll just close the door on it.
Well,
If I
you
can.
have to roll a d6 on this heavy rusted door that's this thing that's been sitting there for decades. With a 4, getting one hand behind it and the other, you have to lean as hard as you can. You hear a as it moves out a couple inches. You get it out enough to where you try to get your hand behind it like this and start pushing. Roll another d6. A 1.
Oh no.
It struggles to move as you get to this point.
Doc, come help
It's
me.
almost like the door now is partially away shut. You're behind this section of it now, pushing it in this direction, like trying to. It seems to be stuck. So as you're pushing, Sprinkles is going to come back out into the hallway to see Slippy and Irvin examining this big, one of these iron doors. But this one, unlike all the other ones, has a lock on it. So you walk up, he's like running his hands over it, grabbing the padlock and pulling it, testing its strength.
Get us a rusty key.
She gave you a key to get into the dungeon. Did you have any other keys that you could try?
I have a brass key. I'll try it.
Putting the brass key in, and it only fits in easily, but as you turn it with a click, click, it pops open.
Welcome back.
Well,
Let's go.
look in there.
You're like, you open it, you take it out, and as you move the padlock off of the lock, you look at the key, and you think to yourself, is this the one that I pickpocketed off that guard?
It definitely is.
You're like,
It's absolutely that key.
well, now you know that it's called the dungeon room key.
Are you gonna keep that padlock?
It is a heavy iron padlock, and you do have the key.
I'm taking that.
Luke.
Because I was about to say, if you don't take it, I am.
The Luke. Little ward. So pushing this door in, it's a very similar, dark, musty dungeon room, similar to the others. But this one is a little different in that it does have a small, half-rotted looking cot on one side, with another one of these same similar thin skeletal frames, long since passed, with robes over it, lying there on top of the cot, an inch of dust layered over it, spider webs all around it and hanging from the ceiling. On the other side is a small, simple oaken chest of 2 drawers, small, squat, an inch of dust on it, with a simple little, well, because you're the first one to walk in, I guess you would notice. On top of it, under that inch of dust, is what looks like a pocket watch on a chain.
I'll take it immediately.
He takes it immediately. Reaching out with your paw, you're just like, loops!
What's that for? Dibs.
It's a silver pocket watch. And everyone who walks in and looks around, in the center of the small dungeon room, in the middle, on the other side, there is another one of those boxes like to what Sprinkles had seen before, but this one is what it would look like if it was new. It's got a rounded top and almost looks like a small little chest, but it's small. It's only about 1.5 feet by maybe a foot, made out of thin wood with only a very simple swirled engraving on the front of it. So now that you did a loot, and now that you guys want to roll dice to loot the rest of the room, or do you have something you want to look at and examine?
I'll attempt to open that chest.
Alright, you want to go for the box? Alright, so if you're going to go for the box, then you're going to go for the little drawers?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go for the drawers, and then if they don't open easily, I'd like to just head towards where I heard Drum hollering Duck earlier.
He is grunting with exertion.
Exactly. He sounds like he's in trouble.
It's like, where are you, go on? So, yeah, go ahead and roll d6. A 2. Well, the box, although it's been there for it seems to have been there for a while, you're able to open the lid of it easily, although you have to be very kind of gentle as you open it. And inside is what looks like a finely crafted silver dagger, with a nice white ivory handle with a silver wrapping around it. And with that, next to it is a small pouch. Grabbing it, picking it up, it jingles with mil. So that's 100 mil. And do you want the ornate silver dagger?
Not only that, I'll throw away my current daggers.
Do you want to throw them away? You can keep them in inventory or put them in the box.
Or give them to me.
Or give the party gladly accepts loot in exchange for.
Can I just take the treasure box and put it in my inventory?
Do you want the box?
I don't need the box. You know the box. Nice. I'll equip the silver dagger.
Yeah. Okay. Ornate silver dagger. So as you walk over to where Sprinkles is standing in front of the drawers, you can kind of tell that he's standing right in front of it, like examining something in his hands, purring.
I'll also toss you, like, not threateningly, my daggers as I fascinate
toss
over
a
my.
blind guy daggers.
I mean, he's operating pretty fine without eyes.
Can I roll to catch them?
So for this, you'd have to roll the d6s at the same time. Catch it with your body. That's a 3.
Oh my lord.
And a 5. Oh. So they're just 2 simple daggers, right? As you cast them, you're like, hey Irving, heads up! As you cast your hands out like this, right? You put your hands up, and they both, one goes past you this way, and one goes past you this way. Oof. You can feel it going, the wind brustling past your feathers on your face. Sinking into the stone behind you here, thunk, and one hitting the stone behind you, not stinking in, and clattering to the mossy stone at your feet.
I'm gonna pick them up.
You can have those daggers. I got a shinier one now.
Thank you.
Put his hands up like this. And he's like, I'm gonna catch it.
For the for future reference, blind.
You could've
Appreciate
heard
the
him flying
gesture.
by.
I felt them flying by as they were flying by. But
You guys,
know,
are,
the
you,
thing
guys, are,
about-
you guys are in a tight room.
He said heads up.
Okay.
You should have said
It's the
eyes
kind of
open.
antics. The kind of antics we get into here, StevieMillPlays. Throwing knives around the room at each other, just saying, "Hey, catch these! Hey, catch these!"
like I can't see. This is a bad game for me. Like,
But as you have to stoop over low, examining the two simple. They each have a simple little wooden knob that you'd have to kind of pull out. The first one, as you pull open and reach in, it has heavy folded cloth. Taking it out, it must be a set of clothing, or no. It's definitely a set of fine, heavy robes.
fine heavy robes. Nice.
And then, as you reach for the second drawer, pulling it open, reaching inside, this time you find what feels like a thick, heavy scroll of parchment with a cord wrapped around it.
Nice. I just put it in as thick scroll.
Yeah.
Cool. Can I undo the thread around it and just and roll it and see if it's in if it's in this world's braille? See if I can discern what it would be.
So as you stand up, turning around towards the center of the room, you get the twine off around it. It unrolls, and as you're unrolling it, a lot of it still wants to curl, but your fingers are able to trace along writing. There's writing on it. You can tell that it's deeply pressed into the paper, that it's writing. So there are definitely a lot of words, sentences, paragraphs. The whole page is scribbled with writing. If you had time to sit and really do it, you could probably work out the letters. But here, standing in the middle of the dungeon, doing it pressed against your hand, you wouldn't have the space to spread it out or the time to really go over it.
All right, I'm gonna roll it back up, put the string back around it, put it into my inventory, and then I'm gonna take that dresser and put it into my inventory.
Well, it's about this. Yeah, it's only about 2, and again, it wouldn't even go up to your knee. So you'd call them mini drawers.
Nice.
Reaches
use
in,
that.
takes the loot, pop, 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 stands up, item, pop, gone, turns around.
I'm gonna start hopping to where I heard Drum screaming for help.
Oh yeah, it's the three of you, with your loot all in tow, come back out of the room, and you can look down the hallway with your torchlight out to see him all the way at the end inside the room. Like, you only see half his body as he's struggling, looking at you guys around something as he's pushing. The three of you then walk into this larger torture room to see him like behind this big metal coffin, sort of half open, half shut, standing behind it, pushing with all his might behind the door to get the door to shut. Roll another d6.
Can I help him?
4. But as the three of you walk in, he suddenly leans hard, and you hear him go. and so, but because the hinges are either rusted or stuck in that spot, instead of closing the door, you just cause the whole thing to stand up, right? Not realizing that you were going to do that, you were still pushing. And so now it begins to slowly topple over towards the three of you standing there in front of it. All three of you roll to get out of the way.
Oh no, I'm gonna get Iron Maiden.
A 5, a 4, and a 4.
Keep me alive.
Beautiful. All successes. Darting out of the way, 2 of you on this side and 1 on the other. The whole thing crashes with a thunderous, creaking, metallic boom into the stone in front of you.
Almost had me spread like jelly on bread.
But something unexpected happens. As soon as the top part of it slams against the ground, there's that moment where the ground shakes from the impact, causing silt to fall from the ceilings and the whole room to shake for just a moment. But then the ground cracks, it gives way as a large section in the center of that room just falls with the one half of the Iron Maiden, because when it landed it broke in half, with one half of it tilting and falling down into the massive hole. It disappears from your view, and then you hear a large clang as it hits something solid below. So now the four of you are peering into this big, open, 5-foot wide hole that was knocked into the stone. Looking down, what looks like it could be another darkened corridor directly below this. But the whole thing is rounded. The whole room seems to be a little more rounded, and there's even a little bit of what you would call green, moldy water. Only like a tiny little bit of it strewn here and there along the bottom of it. It looks, you see cobwebs lined along the walls. You can hear the chittering of rats, and as you're holding your torch out, looking down, it was directly below this, and it appears to be a catacomb corridor.
I'm gonna pull my emerald whistle and start playing Tavern Ditty and jump into the hole.
Let's go. Subtract the MP from this MP.
Can I try to catch the Sloopy so that we can fall and I use slow fall so that we don't take any damage? Because I don't know how big this thing is.
How far down it goes? Well, I mean, actually, as far as the drop, it looks to be about an 8-foot drop.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, that wouldn't be too bad. But still.
A 6 for the ditty.
Oh.
Nice. So yeah, you start letting out a beep 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 and you just, and with that last little delete, you just hop right over and fall right in.
Nice.
The three of you just watch him just jump right down, and for a moment your whole body just falls until you right against the section of the stone right next to where the Iron Maiden piece had fallen. You landed right next to it. And again, turning, it goes down a thin, rounded corridor, and it looks like it turns down there at the end. But as you look towards the other side, it's solid there. But the walls again are grimy, darkened, moss running up and down them. The whole thing just smells. The whole corridor smells damp, like mildew.
I yell up to everyone else, this is dank down here too.
As soon as I hear him say anything, I'm gonna jump down and grab the ledge with my hand, and then just drop. It'll be like a 2-foot drop, right?
Yeah, and you want, and because your slow fall will certainly take effect too.
Yeah.
So now you're one this time, as you can feel the air current, down below, letting up a draft. Again, it's just, to anyone else they wouldn't sense it, but to you it's that ruffling of all your feathers, like a feather touch all at the same time, letting you know that it's a bit of a draft coming down from there. So as you hop off, your wings flutter out for a moment, right? Again, it's only a 5 foot, so you can only do like a quick buff it out and back in.
Yeah.
Arm hitting the edge like this. So then as you drop, yeah, you can feel your hands along the stone. Again, wet, mossy,
Cool.
similar to what was up there, but it just seems to be, this whole corridor down here just kind of stinks.
Could I use blind sense to see if I can hear any, to see if I can hear, where that wind is coming from or going through?
Yeah. Okay, it comes down to an end. So you drop down. Boom, drop down. You're against the wall here. You had turned to look at this back section of the wall. So you guys would be dropping down in sort of this area here.
I would like to do basically what he did, like hanging off the ledge, and I'd like to use my stretch to just, alleviate, just stretch down.
Ring.
What a move. What a move. Let's go.
A Namekian elevator.
Hell yeah.
The Namekian elevator.
That built-in grapple hook.
Yeah.
It is. What a tech move. Hits a 4.
Nice.
Roll it again.
Fantastic.
A deuce.
Oh.
So the 4 is enough as you step right over the edge, not bothering to jump. In just a moment, your hand grabs it. But as your arm elongates, stretching out 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, you know, you're just over where you can let go with your hands, and as you fall the last half a foot to the ground, your arm just
Cool.
you're like, a good stretch.
Cool.
You watch the 3 of them jump down this hole, each of them landing down there safely, looking around down towards something you can't quite see from your field of view. Roll a d6.
Was there unexplored space across from the hole?
It really was in the center of the room where the Iron Maiden was. He knocked it over, and the size of it busted the floor out, revealing this huge hole.
Alright, well, so that's the only way to really move forward.
Well, there were walls in the room. The Iron Maiden was against a wall. Looking over at that, it's again that jaggedly set, somewhat damp, slick, dark stone.
I'm just gonna jump.
Well, with a 1, watching the impressive way that the other 3 did it literally before him, you step off and you go to reach and grab an edge to catch you. As soon as you grab it, it crumbles and gives way. A small little chunk of the rock coming off around the edge of the floor. So you skitter along the wall, falling to 8 feet. As soon as you land hard on 1 foot and a knee, you feel the brunt of the impact on your knees. You take the damage. Then that little bit of rock and silt falls on the back of your head.
Nice.
Sorry, bro.
Hey, Sparkles.
Away she goes.
That is 1 damage.
Let's go.
Take it off easy. Take it off easy. Now the 4 of you have landed. The 4 of you have landed right there. I have your spot on the map to the beginning of the Hamlina Catacombs. Let's go.
You wanna hand me the peanut butter crackers over there?
It was a good tank though. That was really cool.
So this oh, I can switch actually. Back over this. Here we go. Holding your torch out in front of you, it spills light out ahead, revealing a somewhat tight, where you can only really go 2 by 2 if you wanted to walk side by side. Thank you. Then it goes down 50 or 60 feet to where, looking at the end, it seems to be a hallway running perpendicular. So are you guys going to go 1 by 1 in a 2 by 2 formation?
Is it still really dark, and do we have our light source?
He has his torch out in front of him. Again, it is letting off like little bits of cloth and stuff because you weren't able to bind it very well, and you would really need, like, even to use the hay, you would still want to bind it in some kind of a cloth to be able to hold it all together for the oil. Do you have any extra clothing or anything extra that you can use amongst anyone in the group?
I have a strip of cloth that I tore off of that skeleton.
You do. You do. It was a long strip about this big and about this wide. So holding it out like this, for a moment you have to put the torch out, right? So as you douse it, in an instant, for the 3 of you anyways, it goes instantly to pitch black darkness, right? And as you're sort of scrambling around in the dark to wrap put the hay down, put it inside, wrap, with all that with the cloth underneath, wrap it around, dripping the oil on it, takes a minute or 2, right? And it's even with dark vision, it's like you can only pick up some gray and some motion.
I'm gonna just play a tune, something similar to Mary Had a Little Lamb, just to break the tension because I'm scared of the dark.
Go ahead. 1d8 for tune.
Can I meditate while he does that?
A
Remember, you had
3.
a little damage dark in here.
A 3. Go ahead. A 4. Nice. So you start trying to play one of your very first little tunes that you learned as a young slime, like a nursery rhyme that slimes learn. But it comes out just like a. And so you're trying your best to keep the darkness off of you and now it's the point to where he's getting his flint out and you can see he's trying to make a spark. Sitting patiently, you enter a meditative state, right? The darkness almost around you, almost making it easier as you kind of close your eyes and you try to cast aside all your thoughts and try to find a center, find a oneness. You can tell that you're underground pretty far and that these catacombs may stretch out far in front of you. But again, while you're just sitting there kind of contemplating, waiting for a deeper sense of thought or sign, you do feel a bit of light little breeze hit the front of your face just for a second, just like opening your eyes. You're like, was that a draft? It definitely felt like it was coming from straight ahead of you. So realizing that if there's air coming from somewhere, that should probably be the direction you want to at least try to go. You stand up, and with Irving right in front of you, you're like, hey, I think I felt something drafting like wind. And you're like, oh yeah, I definitely felt it too. It's like we can definitely try to use it maybe to keep our bearings in these catacombs should we get lost.
While he's fiddling, has he fixed the torch yet?
Yeah, at this point,
Okay.
you've already danced a couple sparks off of it. One lands on the torch and instantly it roars. Now this time it's a bigger, because you wrapped a heavy bit of cloth around the hay, tightened it down, and dampened it with oil. So now it's letting out a big ball of red and yellow light that illuminates the entire corridor, casting your shadows down along each direction. But looking out ahead, you can definitely see now that at the end of this corridor, it comes to one of these.
Oh.
One of those where striding slowly in this direction, and the light spilling out into it, you can see that it definitely appears, and it's the same kind of mossy, half green, half dark, grimy, set stone, offset, jagged in different directions. But it's rounded in a lot of places too, and it almost looks like, all of these rooms have that little bit of a rounded bit of an edge to the wider corners, and especially to the ceilings too. So walking up to the end, it looks to appear to go left and right.
Can I take that broken vial, step out into the intersection?
Mm-hmm.
Can I take that broken vial and just throw it down one way and use blind sense to see if I can tell how far it goes or if there's anything down there or anything like that?
Yeah, you can whip it. Which way?
I'm gonna throw it to the left this time.
This way. So feeling the corner, you take one step out. This hand on the stone, this hand holding the bottle to guide your direction. D6 casting it out in front of you.
Oh, yep. D6 for the cat.
A 5.
Hey, that's not too bad.
So blind, and then you want to use blind sense?
Yeah.
Yep. So as you throw it, you hear it, the tinkling of glass. It didn't hit a wall. It went straight out. It hit the floor and broke. You didn't hear anything. You strain your senses to listen intently. Moments pass. Aside from the occasional chittering of a rat and dripping of water, you don't hear anything. But you can tell that it didn't hit the walls or anything. So you feel like you threw it, kind of far. So the corridor must go down in that direction. But you can't tell how far.
Okay.
but then that leads the group to decide if they want to go left or if they want to go right.
Can we feel the wind coming from either direction?
So
That's the better question.
so go ahead and use your sense again. A 4. You know, holding one hand out for a moment, rolling up your, like this, you're just like waiting for a moment to feel even the slightest hint of breeze, even the littlest bit of a draft. After a couple of moments, it's hard to tell, but maybe it did come from the direction you just through the bottom. Maybe you felt the slightest bit of a ruffling of something.
Can I extend my wing to help me tell anything better?
Well, as soon as you do that, that creates a little bit of a gust around you on its own.
It just confuses. Okay.
So it wouldn't really be able to, it wouldn't work that way with stopping to try to send something against your feathers.
That makes sense.
But you got the briefest sensation that maybe it was off in that direction.
I think we should go this way. This is the way that I think I'm feeling the draft for now.
I'll lead that way with the torch.
Okay.
I'm just gonna follow the heat. That's gonna be the best way to do it. I don't know if just running my hands along the walls is the best thing.
So, and it is a little bit of a wider hallway, very similar, rounded, a little higher with maybe an 8-foot rounded stone ceiling, and occasionally dripping a drop of moisture, moss, or a spider web hanging here and there as you walk. You're in the front then, right, with your torch out. Creeping forward, comes down to a hallway, and then it turns just a little bit, right? As you go to look around that slight little bend, your feet crunch on something. Oh well, that's broken. That's a broken vial. It goes around, and the light does spill into what looks like it's going just down another short bit of hallway into a room, a big room. So as you go to step closer to it and walk around this, and again, it's more like a bit of a slant than an actual turn or a corner. But as you walk up to it and walk and turn, it goes about 8 feet, and then it breaks into a big room. Your torch is pretty sufficient to where it can illuminate maybe 3/4 of it, or almost all of it, stretching out to the back. Was this long ago a bit of a dining room? It has 2, ancient-looking wooden thin tables, right, in the middle of it, and it's half rotted. Legs on one side look like they could break at any second. Moss clinging from the edges. The wood looks damp and sunken in places. And then there's the occasional worn-looking chair that looks like, again, the wood had long since soaked wet through, and they're all half rotting away. And they're littering along the tables here and there. We'll say.
I'm gonna bounce on the end of the rightiest looking table I see.
Nice.
The other ratty table, can I try to kick through it? Like just to break it?
Yeah, you want to go first.
Destroying stuff.
You want to go?
Why?
So you want to jump on a chair and you want to bust a table?
Yeah.
Roll your d6s.
All I'm saying is I am inevitable.
A 1.
It's inevitable.
A 6. Roll again. I'm a 5. Man, where are them 6s at? I'm making crackers. You tried, certainly, but as you went to jump onto the chair, you brushed up against it and sort of knocked it over, and it sort of fell and collapsed, rotting in on itself. You land on that, and you're like stomping it up and down. You just go to hop up onto the table, right? And as soon as you go to hop up on it, you can already feel it start to give way. stomping with both your feet. It doesn't even hardly make a splinting or a crashing sound because of how soft and rotted the wood is. But it does break in front of you and slam down into the stone as you land on your feet. The table ahead of you, some of it gives way ahead of you because of how you broke it, and knocking itself into one of the chairs that just falls over, wet and rotted.
Yeah, these tables got what they deserve.
Hell yeah.
You land, and let's see, roll d6. 5.
Hey.
You're walking into the room, the two of you kind of side by side, and instantly something on your hearing, at the edge of your hearing, just starts making a noise. It's like a bit of something scratching against something, but it's coming up from above you, right? Staying, next to Sprinkles, you tell him like, hey, what's the ceiling looking like? You look up, holding the torch out over you. It goes up pretty high. It's about maybe 15 feet high with again that rounded ceiling to it. But you do see as you examine it closer that there are huge cracks broken out of sections where maybe the room has settled or something happened above it to cause sections of it to give way. But there are huge fissures in the ceiling, leaving wide open cracks up into darkness up above. So as you take 2 or 3 more steps closer into the center of the room, you're trying your best, holding your torch up to look up into one of them and see, but it's just so black and darkened. And you were, walking around them, whether to kick a table or to take a chair to try to pick it up. But every time you did, and you went to grab it, like it just gave way under your grasp as the wood just fell apart.
I'm on a roll.
Is there any silverware on the tables? Which I'm not.
It was all simple wood. And again, most of it, if there had been something on there, it would have been made of wood or something else that had just rotted or melted into the wood over the years. And again, under dust and mold and moss.
Gotcha.
And is this the door at the other end?
So now that Sprinkles is in this section of the room, it spills light into the furthest sections. Over here, what looks like there was an old counter that was set up, but a big side of it rotted and fallen away, to where maybe someone could have stood behind it to maybe give out food or to issue rations. There is a doorway over here. I can't really call it a doorway, more than that it's just an opening spilling out into what looks like another hallway leading in that direction. So as you're noticing, Sprinkles is noticing all this in the hallway that leads out in this direction, up against the wall behind this counter, looks like what may have been a tapestry, but it's long since have, a thick swathing of spider silk webbing all across it. A lot of it's torn and frayed and given away. And any color on it had long since faded and rotted. But as you're
holding the torch?
as you walk up closer to it, you're now visibly this time above you. You can hear something going scratch, 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 scrape, scrape. As something, again, you're not paranoid this time. As you kind of just like, I can hear something. There's something coming from the ceiling.
You should step up there.
No, burn the webs.
I start burning them webs.
Yeah. Stepping around, like a baseball slide. Stepping around the small little half-rotted counter, holding the torch up underneath it. In a moment, whatever little cloth tapestry had remained and the majority of the webs all just start singeing, traveling up. A little bit of a line of fire breaks out as the whole thing starts to kind of burn slowly going up it, right?
That illuminates the room.
Definitely. It causes enough of the fire and a bit of a line to travel up the wall to where you can turn now. And now this time, you're between the two of you who were kind of watching him do that, you can hear something scraping, the gnashing of something hard. Looking up, literally, some big, huge, dark thing just drops out of one of the cracks, right? It only takes a moment for it to really enter the light to realize that it's a huge, black, furry spider. This big around, with thick, bristling brown hairs coming off. Thick, bristling brown hairs. As soon as it drops out, legs and arms all kind of unravel from it, and then its head kind of tucks out from where it was maybe tucked in. As it drops out, fully spreads its legs out, and appears to drop directly down where you're standing. Roll to get out of the way.
You would, bro.
Oh, man.
A 6.
Oh, there we got out of the way. Dang. This
We just burned
is-
this home.
Yeah,
Let's just keep it going.
Stepping hard out of the way, it lands. A big, yeah.
Oh shoot!
Sorry, that was very visually so funny.
It was really
This
funny.
giant spider.
That was awesome.
It is big and say that when it's on its legs like that, haunching up towards you, it goes up to your knee with a big, bulbous, black, bristling, hairy
Oh,
body.
that's definitely too big. Well,
I mean, it's huge,
That's
but
a
like,
big spider.
yeah, for sure.
Nice. So the next thing that before you know it, as you spin and look at this one rearing towards you, you get the incredible sense and feeling that there's something directly above you. Things are falling down on me. Heavy things you cannot see. So you have to roll a d6 to try to instinctually evade.
Oh boy.
A 4. Well, for that, I actually do get to try a reaction. 2. You dart back, spinning just in time to feel something land and just get knocked off your shoulder. Whatever it was big and heavy. It lands, and, similar to the last one, it would have dropped down as a big, furry ball. And then all of a sudden, in one moment, all the legs and arms and heads all tuck out and all unravel at the same time. As it went to grab you, its front of its body hit your shoulder, and then as it lands on the ground, just a scant 2 to 3 feet in front of you. To which you're watching from behind it as it squares up against him like, So 2 of them have dropped, and you watched from this side of the room, just like, oh damn, like they're literally dropping out of these big cracks in the ceiling. So as you peer your eyes up, sure enough, the one closest to you, another one of these big, brown, bristling, furry balls drops out, and then within 2 feet of it dropping out, large, long, spindly black legs, and another spider-like head untucks from it as another one lands about 4 feet in front of you. Yeah, you want to make a break for it? Oh, I guess so. Amazing. So in the span of a couple of seconds, 3 of these winding spiders all dropped out and landed, boom, boom, boom. And all of them, just making that shaking motion, like to be intimidating, pinching their big pinchers, snarling. Agility check.
I have 5.
Have 5.
Huh. Nice. You guys can decide amongst the 3 of you, who will take their turns first, or do you want to tandem your turns?
So good time to test the flee ability.
Flee? Is there time to run?
Just get duped.
Can I apply?
I just want to take
Run
my
over these spiders.
I just
Can I
want to take my
apply
toothy mace
the
and
ground
smash it.
Can I apply one of the ground up servings of plant poison to my short sword and use it to attack with?
So you're going to have to step back in applying it, and if it makes a speed check, it's going to get an attack on you.
Okay.
Okay. So stepping back away from it while it's doing this bit of a jumping bit towards you, like this, right? You backing up, pulling the poison out. You have to hold the poison open in your hand. Oh, you have to hold the poison out, right? This is the only one in the whole room now, to where the Velcro won't stick. Only one. Everything else is good. You have to hold the powder out in your outstretched hand and draw your weapon across it. Be careful not only to cut yourself, but to saturate at least one side of the blade while
Do I
you're doing
have
it.
a hilt for it or something? Can I put it in like the hilt that it would be in?
So to put it in the scabbard, you'd have to first draw the sword from the scabbard, then put it in the scabbard, then put the sword back in the scabbard, and draw it out again.
Yes.
That's gonna take a whole turn, and you gotta.
Alright, never mind. I'll do it.
That's a lot of like, bro. Let me.
I don't need Batman with the prep time.
No, I know.
Alright. Let's see.
So as you're again doing a cruder motion to try to poison the weapon, you're still gonna have to roll a d6. The poison's in your hand, and you're drawing a blade across your hand.
Don't cut yourself.
Don't lick your hand.
Unless you have a skill that lets you poison something.
Don't want to get a sandwich immediately after.
Yeah.
Well, then it's all down to the dice, then, isn't it?
A 3. Alright.
So on a 3, you don't cut yourself. But at the same time, you only barely manage to get a good deal of the poison against one side of the blade. So as you do this, and you finally go to step back and bring your weapon around, well, he gets his speed check. He had a 4, which is enough. He's gonna launch an attack. Again, doing that bit of a darting, dart in short little bursts. It then coils and springs directly towards the center of your body. With a 4, roll to evade.
As I'm evading, can I attempt to throw whatever poison powder is in my hand in its face? Can I try to get out the way and see like...
You can do one or the other. Will you roll to throw it in its face or roll to evade?
I'll roll to evade.
A 5. It's almost where you have to duck down. Its body still hits you, but it, pinchers miss. It glances off your shoulder as your body spins around and pivots. And it lands, where are you at? It lands on this side of you, skittering in the corner. The attack barely missing. It then, against the corner, sets itself, darting this way really quick, one way and this way, as if to try to pick which way it's going to skitter. One that you dodged, just barely, spins around again, and this time, this one is advancing on you. You can see its big, sets of bulbous eyes on its head. As it does one bit of a dart motion towards you, it's going to do a move where, as it lunges itself towards the ground in front of you, all of its arms and its head all tuck back into its body. As it becomes a bit of a rolling, furry ball, it then rolls itself towards your feet. A 1. Wow. Busted. A 3. So, trying to get your... Well, what weapon do you have equipped?
Right now, my bow.
Well, with the bow equipped, you're trying to line up a shot with it because it's your equipped weapon.
Well, instead of that, I was actually going to try to use a fire spin disc and just throw it right in its face.
Because you're on the evade, you would only be able to either kind of jump straight up over it as it's rolling past you, or jump or sidestep. Because it was going to roll at you to do an attack. It hit a 1.
Okay, I'll go with a sidestep.
So sidestepping it, it's going to roll right past you in this direction. No sooner do you turn and you start bringing your hands up for fire spin, right? That its body is already turned around. The legs are already stretched back out, and now it's standing facing you. Again from about 6 feet. Again, it barely scooted past you. Gonna try fire spin?
Yeah, I'd like to just chuck it right into its face.
Let's go. A 5 and a 4. That will hit. So as you holding your hands up like this, readying the move, the little tiny bit of fire appears in your hands, and then like this, it becomes a whirling disc of fire. With your torchlight, the whole room is pretty well illuminated, but that causes a bright shash of light in front of you. You go to reel back, and it's already, doing that one lunge with its body crouched as if it's going to pounce. Hurling the fire spin like this, it lets out a shoom, shoom, shoom in front of you. The spider went to jump over it. Two or three of its legs got caught underneath, and were cleanly cleaved off by the fire spin as it goes right past it. So this was a jumping at you fire spin. Ooh. So as you see it going flying past you, you're gonna see black ichor blood coming out of the stalks of its legs that the fire spin cut right off. So it's gonna land over here in a bit of a sideways. Again, it can't ready itself with some of its back legs. In a bit of a sideways hobble. The fire spin is going to carry in this direction. Well, Sprinkles, roll to evade. Well, that's a deuce. You weren't even really paying attention as you're squaring off against this spider dancing in the corner as if to find a way to strike you. You can see your shadow against the wall change and flicker as something hot. You hear shh coming from behind you. You try to get out of the way in time, but something hot slams against your back. Well, you take a little bit of damage. 1 damage.
Okay.
1 damage. Sets you here, and the spider's going to take an advantage attack on you now. Trying to spring at you while you are momentarily distracted with a 3. Roll to evade with a -1.
Can I just take the damage and attack back?
Roll to attack with a -1.
I'm gonna evade.
Okay. You got this. A 1 -1 is 0.
No.
It slams full on into your chest with its head almost grasping with pinchers onto your forehead as you feel yourself stumbling back with it resting on top of your body. Its spindly legs over your side and over your shoulder. Its pinchers start to sink into your forehead. You can feel your blood start to dribble down the side of your face as your back slams against the wall, knocking a rotted chair out of the way. It's directly over your face, trying to bite into the top of your head. You take more damage. You take 1 damage.
What is this?
These dice are kind of
Insane.
pooping on me right now. They're pooping on me.
He keeps getting luck.
These dice are pooping all over me. That's okay. I have the heart of the cards. Millennium Eye. Tell me his next move.
Can I use my dual step?
Your turn is going to end with you struggling, half pinned up against the wall with this massive spider clutching onto your skull.
No.
You should have enchanted some defense.
So, with your turn coming around, this one, you can hear it making its skittering little sounds as its nimble little legs are scraping along the ground in front of you. So you can hear every scratch as it's shuffling back and forth, darting quickly. You know that for normal opponents, it must use that to try to make them not realize which way it's going. But you can hear it so clearly. Even with all the shuffling of feet around you and the throwing of things, and you hear a whoosh, and you can feel the heat of the fire from the fire spin. Even still, you can hear its gentle scratching along the mossy stone underneath you, belying its exact location. But this is going to be tricky, though, because when it attacks, you're going to only have a moment to react based on what it's going to do. So as you can feel it skittering, it then goes to skitter up the wall. You can feel its little legs go up the wall as its whole body is going up the wall now. Do you rush it?
Yeah, like as soon as I hear it move, like go a certain direction more than one way, more than the other.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and use I want to use an air snap, but like with a slap, and try and squash the bug.
That'd be cool.
So, go ahead. Air snap.
Yeah.
Extermination slap.
2 AP. Going to 11, and then a D6. That's a 6.
That's a 6. Roll it again.
Let's see. That's a 1.
So, that's very nice. So, as you can hear it, its little legs starting to spindle up the wall. You want to use your Yeah, bring your hand around like this. You stop it right at the last second to strike it on its body. The air snap causes that pop of air. You can feel it as soon as your outstretched hand slaps it on the back, right? The strike has so much air snap in it that its legs all flail out as it drops down to the corner of the floor, almost on top of your foot as you have to step back. The attack knocked it down, hit it like you would swat a fly, but its body was so bulbous that it only sort of squashed it for a moment, and then its whole body drops down in front of you. So you knocked it off the wall, halting its advance up the wall. The air snap knocking it right down in front of you. So it comes around to your turn. You'd be sort of hopping up on. You watched it go to skitter up the wall, but in an impressive sweeping motion, he brought his arm around like this and went bam, and with a large popping of air, it took the full shock of the move and dropped to the floor in front of him.
I guess to follow up on that, I'm gonna attempt to bounce on it with my new silver ornate dagger.
I forgot I got those 2 daggers you threw.
Nice, go ahead.
Is it a D6?
Yeah. A 6.
Ooh.
Roll it again.
That's what we roll.
A 5. So, because it was more than distracted by your attack and the damage, you're able to hop right up onto the top of it, right? Stabbing it right in the center of its body. That black, dark, sticky blood blasts out of the wound, spattering against the wall and your body. So the whole thing begins to writhe. Its legs coming up now to try to grab you, and it's going to rear its body around. And there's that moment now where its body is shifting and you're on top of it. Its head is coming around, and its big, eyes look distressed in pain as it lashes out with its pincers to try to bite you. With a 4, you can keep attacking, or you can try to hop off of it before it hits you.
I'm gonna grab his legs and just keep hopping.
Nice. Roll the 1d6. A 4. So as you feel its pincers latch up into your body, uncaring, with the dagger still down, you start hopping up as quickly as you can. Its legs were trying to grab you, trying to pull you close. So as you hop up, you're trying to buck its legs, you stab it again and stab it again. But because its pincers were in your body, it does some ripping and tearing damage.
If it wants a hug, I'll give it a hug.
Take, that's a 6. Take 6 damage. Sorry about that.
I can't count that.
But you stabbed it once, stabbed it twice, and as you stab it the third time, one of the pincers rends hard along your side, dealing heavy damage. But that stab sunk into its body so hard, all of its legs just skitter out around it for a moment, trembling, as its body suddenly stops moving and goes limp. Turning around to where you hear commotion coming from up against the wall behind you, you wouldn't. It's hard for you to tell, but you hear a body up against the wall, like struggling with something. And looking this way, you see that he's kind of squared off against another one of these spiders that flew past him, but it's a couple of his legs are missing, and it's sort of half dragged, shuffling towards him. So it's going to come around to Old Sprinkles as the spider is perched precariously on your head, its big pincers sinking into your skull. You let out a stifled scream, it muffled by its huge furry body. Your action.
Tool stab.
Tool stab. He said he's done.
Cost 1 AP, 2d6.
1 AP, 2d6. A 4. And a 4. Double 4s. Wow, nice. We'll see if it has any kind of... It rolled a 1.
Let's go.
Beautiful. So, as you draw both daggers out, you just start yelling, screaming, and muffled. Stab, 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 stab. Not really caring where you hit it at because you really can't hardly see it. But you're stabbing it up in its underbody, and the first couple, it yells and tries to get off of you. but you stumble forward, still trying to stab it. You do take some damage as it was still trying to bite you, but with the first couple of hard, heavy stabs, rending its body, you tear it off of you, throwing it to the ground in front of you. Lunging your body over it, you start stabbing it viciously, yelling out in shock and trauma. It did deal 4 damage from its pincers as it was grazing it along your forehead, causing a gash across your forehead now that's dripping blood down the side of your temple, dripping off your chin. Is that nice? But you've definitely stabbed it to death in a rage. This spider, again with a couple of its legs had been burned off on the back, is trying to skitter towards you, but its mobility has been affected. Your action.
I have focus as a skill. Is there a way I could use that to prepare my bow to make sure I just hit it right in the forehead?
At this distance, you couldn't focus and shoot because focus takes too long.
Okay. Well, then I would just like to shoot it in the face.
Nice. It's going to get a disadvantage, but go ahead. Oh, wow. It popped. These want to keep their thumbs away. A 1 on my 1d4 minus 1. On my 3 minus 1. Taking 1 step back and then 2 as it's half dragging, scuttling towards you. Drawing up the bow, you do fire a shot. It grazes just over the top of its body, skittering along the mossy stone behind it. Shuffling closer as you're stepping backwards, do you hastily get another bow and fire another shot?
Yeah.
Another arrow?
Yeah.
Alright, this time it's going to be a d6, and it's closer now, so it's still going to get a d6 minus 1, and you're going to, and I'll give you a straight d6. This time, as it's trying to shuffle its body closer to you, a 4, and I got a 4 minus 1. Look at that. As it's, again, shuffling in half little skitters towards you, you hastily draw it out with it about to jump at you. As soon as the arrow leaves your hand like this, it leaps. The arrow sinking all the way into its body. Right as soon as it leapt, falling short, lets out as it skitters to the stone, sliding in front of you, able to put your boot on it to pull the arrow out.
I'm just too damn good.
Barely.
Did I recover the other arrow as well?
No, the other one broke. The other one broke into 2 as it skittered along the ground.
It's alright.
Those, and there's a moment where there's no spiders chittering, nothing moving, where it's only the sound of the dancing, the slow dancing sound of your torchlight. Silence for another moment, and another couple of moments. You're waiting for something to happen, but nothing seems to happen. Everybody gets 15 experience.
Hey.
I'm gonna go over to Sprinkles and use heal on him.
That is a heal spell on Sprinkles. Subtract the MP and roll the dice.
Can I pick up all the spiders and take them with me?
Yeah.
3 winding spiders?
Yeah, they're winding spiders. They're known for being able to curl up their bodies into balls to get into tight spaces and to roll towards enemies.
Is there any other loot in this room?
Aside from all the half-rotted tables that
there
are
a
now
fireplace
mostly broken, there was not. There was not.
Well, I'm still feeling that draft, boys. Let's go.
Yeah. I used heal on you.
Yeah,
and
yeah, make
that's,
sure.
1d6.
Roll again. It heals 5 HP.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna use it again on me.
Look at this guy's over here doing
Look at him.
the good healing work.
Yeah. French would be better.
4 HP.
French would be so proud. He just opened the pharmacy in this game.
Nice. So, and when you cast that spell, you have to. It's like you don't say the word heal, but you think the word in your mind. Instantly, a sound echoes out around you, a right, and your body almost flickers from the healing magic that hits it for just a moment, and then your wounds slowly draw closed to where you reach up and, yeah, sure enough, it's almost just like only a little bit of a big scratch now. Powerful healing magic. So after you cast the heals, and even healing yourself, it causes your wounds, which don't look like traditional wounds because of your body, but it's like where your body is broken with little slime fleshing pieces hanging off. Your healing magic, of course, draws those to a close, to where your body, doesn't appear to have taken any damage, though any residual that you didn't heal is still there. But once the healing magic was all completed, it's the four of you with your torch again, craning around, looking down this narrow section of hallway. It looks like, as far as this hallway, you can only advance single file. Who will go first?
I have the torch. I'll go first.
Okay.
And just following the heat.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll stay in the back since I'm also already hurt.
I'll give him an HP potion. I only have one, but I'll give it to you.
An HP potion.
Yeah.
Using one of those will restore 15 HP.
So, just in case you get into a rougher way.
That's more than
You
myself.
Exactly. So
Nice.
you could
It'd essentially be a full heal for you then. Nice. This corridor is similar to the look of the room you had been in, with that mossy, almost damp-looking walls, maybe a 6-foot-tall rounded bit of a ceiling. All of it, jagged pieces of roughly hewn together set stone. Walking down this, it only goes down about 10 or 12 feet, where you have to walk single file. Sprinkles out ahead in the front, holding his torch out in front of him. So skiff, scoff down the stone takes you to another rounded corner cut out of the rock itself. And as you turn here, you notice that it stops being straight set stone and rock with moss over it. As you turn the corner, it's more like it's now hard-packed clay and dirt. It's the whole composition of the room kind of looks different as you turn the corner. So it's hard-packed dirt and clay here and on each side of these walls as you turn that corner, leading to another bit of a thin hallway that's etched out of, this time, clay and dirt, all of it damp, to where if you were to jump hard enough, you may even feel it sponging into the ground. Again, you holding the torch out, going through the corner with everyone behind you, it does break into a small little, I don't know, it almost would look like a hallway that would branch right off to the right, but easily as you're walking past it with your torch, you can look down and see that there must have been a rock slide or a cave-in. About 4 feet in, it's all just heavy packed rocks and dirt, all the way from the bottom to the top. Again, it's wet and damp. You see mold and moss creeping up from the bottom, but it looks to have been a hallway that had completely caved in. Passing by that, this takes you straight ahead into another, what looks like a big, huge room. So as the four of you walk past and walk into this room, it's again a big bit of a sprawling room with a long dirt clay floor, with the dirt going all the way up the sides, as if this room had been cut or dug out of the earth, but no stones had been set in place after it had been done, leaving just bare, dark, damp clay and dirt going all the way up the walls to the ceiling. And you can see even roots coming down from the ceiling, breaking out as you're walking into this room spanning in front of you. As far as what's in the room, it seems completely empty. You going first? Again, as if it was going to be built into some kind of a large, long room, but it was never completed, and it's only clay and hard-packed, moist dirt. with all the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. So, the four of you are just kind of staring out at it, right? And again, you hear the occasional drip of moisture, and you see the odd bit of, a little bit of moisture running down one wall here or the other, but it's all to be that smooth clay dirt as far out ahead as you can see, all the way to the other end. And at the other end, holding the light out far enough, you can see the light dance against the faintest flickers of an opening or a doorway at the other side.
Hopefully that's our exit. I'm getting tired of this place.
Can I do like a perception check to maybe see?
Oh, let's talk about D&D dungeons for just a second.
Oh.
I don't want more spiders dropping on me.
Can I look around to see if there's like any maybe exposed veins? I do have a pickaxe and stuff.
Interesting. So as soon as the whole room is stretched out in front of you, the pickaxe pops into your hand over this over your shoulder, and you're like, well, boys, we can't do any crafting, but we can do some mining. So roll 1d6 to walk over to the nearest section of wall to investigate.
Okay. Maybe there's some veins exposed. Find a pocket on some crystals.
This
Chunk out a
momentary
banana.
mining roll is brought to you by the Mining Guild.
We're gonna play a mining.
Hits the 6.
man.
6.
We're gonna play a little shanty.
A 1.
Alright, still hit the 6.
So, as soon as you cast your torch off in that direction against the wall, you do see where it's different colors, right? Where some of it is clay and almost like a thick swath. And then below that is another layer of what looks like darker brown dirt. And then under that, another layer. So you can see that it's layered dirt this far below ground. As you move a step closer to examine, you take 1, 2, 3 steps. And as you take the 4th step to where you're almost ready to put your torch away and heft your pickaxe up for a swing, you step forward and instantly your foot sinks over your foot, over your ankle, up to halfway up your knee in the clay. You try to put your weight against your back leg instinctively, but there's that moment where you go to pull it out and it's hard. Like it's already, because it's so dense and so wet. You stepped in up to your shin, and as you're trying to step out, you lean back and it only starts to make that sucking noise as it moves out a couple inches, but your foot is stuck. Roll d6. A 2. With the pickaxe like this and the torch like this, you're going, trying to pull your leg out of the clay. But it's so incredibly stuck, you only get your foot out halfway. You yell in frustration and spring your foot out as hard as you can. But now find yourself toppling backwards. Slippy and Irving are right there. Both of you roll a d6 to catch him as he's stumbling backwards.
Well, attempting to trip him.
Then roll the tripping. That's a 4 on the trip. Roll the brace.
I kind of just want to get out of the way.
Then get out of the way.
Can I
Yeah, I'm just
attempt
gonna
to
roll
trip
the-
Irving?
You just gonna that? I don't even know if
Somebody
that's
should
that
trip
much
this
of a.
guy.
How are you gonna trip me?
You
I'm
can't
just
trip
fine.
a
I'm
spot.
just gonna like roll over.
That's like the
Yeah,
evilest
yourself.
thing I can imagine. Okay. I'm just trying to get out of the way.
A 3
Hey.
and a 5. So a couple things happen here, I guess, simultaneously. As he was stumbling backwards, torch in one hand, pickaxe in the other, from the momentum of how hard he was pulling on his leg, your body just sort of, a little section of it at the bottom just elongates out and then becomes a foot. Right? As he totally not only just trips against it with the back of his heel, sprawls back and slams on his back. Boom! But it's not stone, it's that damp clay. But you were far back enough to where you land. It is solid, but it's splish, right? Your back slams against it. You take 1 damage. You deftly dodged out of the way because you could hear him stepping, right? But you weren't prepared for your heel to hit his foot as he cleanly trips you as you are stepping out of the way. Your arms flailing like this. One hand slams against this wall, scraping into the clay. Your other hand steadies yourself, landing on one knee. Somebody tripped you.
29 mil for this trying time.
Well,
Really?
I know
I'll
it
take
wasn't.
29 mil. Let's go.
I know it wasn't the slime because he was tripping the other guy, and I know it wasn't the other guy because he was falling. So I know it has to be drawn. So I'm gonna keep that up here for later.
I would like to give him one of my elk legs.
As you go to stand up, you feel him come around, and as he puts his hand on your shoulder, set something in your hand. He
Take
says,
this as a gift of apology.
he says, "Here's a leg for you to stand on."
I'm gonna take this, but just know it's on.
The tripping war has begun.
It was elk leg.
Yeah.
Cool.
Getting back up to your feet, you're embarrassed for just a second. You can't believe that just stepping in it that little bit sunk you in so far. And you could have sworn as you stand around and you see Slime standing there going, you're just like, you ask him what happened. And you look at him with a blank face and say, you tripped.
Oh, did I now?
Yeah, it was quite the stumble.
I see.
Can Slippy and I roll a high five?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I just go back over
And let's pray that you hit fives. A 1.
Dang.
A 6. Roll it again. A 2. So you actually do your form up to make a hand out of the top of your body, but you went to go hit it and completely whiffed it, stumbling over and tripping.
How ironic.
How ironic, everyone here just tripped except for you.
Can I mold myself to like where is myself high-fiving myself?
Yeah, you just hit a 6. Can you roll a second 6?
Possibly.
A 3. You try it, but it just ends up making some kind of flanging thing that isn't a hand.
Oh, not the AI.
Can I walk over to the one who just fell and like stick my hand out to him and just go, "I'm the one that can't see. Stand up."
Well, that's you. As he motions for you to, he's like, "What did you trip over?" So you take his hand and go to stand up. You signed resignation and said, "Me." But as the 4 of you then turns, everyone standing up now, looking out over this room in front of you, you explain what happened, and you can even see over here the little hole from where his foot had just landed in. Who's to tell which spots you're going to sing into and which spots you're not?
I'll hand you a rope and my harness.
Did I still see the like valuable ores on there in the 6 I rolled?
Yes, but you walked up to it. As of now, an unforeseen section of it seems to be incredibly.
Can I try setting out this Hamlin copper chest plate so there's a wider surface area so I don't sink in as much? And sit on that.
You want to take the chest plate, walking up to it. Well, roll d6 first of all as you're walking up to.
The hole where my foot was.
Yes. A 4. Walking up to it with your foot sort of out in front of you, you do feel a spot to where it's hard, and then it's instantly it's just soft. Your foot goes in an inch and you pull it back. So there seems to be a definable spot to where the hard section of the clay ends and where the soft sinking part begins.
You can use my rope and the harness so we can pull you out in case you start sinking again.
Okay, I'll put that on. And I'll put the chest plate out and stand on it and see if I'm able to hit the oars.
Tying a rope around your waist and knotting it, you then produce your chest plate. Dropping it out in front of you a foot, it lands, sinking, or not, it lands, only sinks a little bit from its own weight, and is standing there on the top of the clay. Do you step forth?
Yeah, put 1 foot on it and see how far it goes down.
Putting 1 foot out the 1.5 feet, you put your weight on it. It instantly begins to sink, right? And it sinks until your foot's about to enter and it's going to disappear. Do you bring your foot back?
Yes.
Letting your foot out, the clay, you can see just the tiniest bit of chest plate, and the rest of it is totally covered in the clay.
Can I grab the chest plate back?
Roll a d6 to crawl up to it.
Can I use my metal shovel to shovel out the clay?
Roll d6. A 6. Roll it again. A 6. Will he roll it again?
Get
Is it
excited.
time?
Oh, he tore the roof.
Aim for the 6s.
I tore the roof off. Help me, Remy.
You're asking the wrong. A 4. Almost. But it does take a turn for you to, on 2 knees with your shovel, start digging out the soft clay around the chest plate. Enough to where there's an exposed corner to where you can get your hand underneath it. Leaning back with all your weight as you go to pull it out is incredibly difficult because now the inside of the chest plate is full of clay. Making another sucking sound, almost where you fall on your ass, really. You pull it out of the clay, and you have to kind of scoop big sections of it out to even make it light enough to where you can pick it up again.
Okay. Alright, well, that plan did not work. Does anybody have any wood, any logs or lumber, anything like that? Do something buoyant that would float in water, would float in this still.
People say, Remy Rouge, your traps aren't elaborate enough.
We need a Minecraft boat.
Wait, you have a bow. Give him that rope I just gave you, and we could make like a rope bridge to get us across. We could shoot that across in a attempt to use that to find out what soft spots and hard spots
We
there
have a vote for using materials to fashion a rope bridge. Presumably a section of rope with knots tied in it.
Right.
Okay,
Can I
we have
just-
one vote.
Can I just put one of the winding spiders on it? And we just stand on the winding spider?
Well, because of the fate of the chest plate, you know that the sinking clay will sink to at least a foot. And based on his shin, probably more than that. So you could attempt it, though you may not be able to recover it as easily as he did his armor, should you wish to.
That makes sense.
Do we go back to the previous room we were in and see if there's any old boards lying around? Or I guess they'd be all decrepit.
Oh, all the wood in that room was pretty decomposed and rotted.
Yeah, it was breaking apart.
Any
as soon as
rocks?
we picked it up.
Can we grab some rocks and can we grab rocks from that hallway and try to?
You want to backtrack all the way to the entrance? It was 8 feet up from where you guys had broken through.
No, I thought just before we entered this room there was a hallway, then there was another little hallway that filled in with rocks.
You're right. There absolutely was.
Can we grab rocks from that? It should be right behind us where we were at.
Yes, because as you go back down the narrow hallway and look right to your left now this time, it was a small hallway that was cut into the clay and the dirt. But because of a somewhat recent bit of a landslide activity, it's all wet, moist, tightly packed chunks of clay, dirt, and stone. So
Alright, well, here we are, guys. I say we can use work together. We can move all these stones, get the loot that's in this secret hidden room, and then be able to get to the other stuff in the other room by piling in the rocks into the soft dirt.
Makes sense to me.
We could use work together to do it too and make it even faster.
Yeah,
We all have work together, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'd have
I
to
don't
learn it.
I haven't.
I have it.
So if at least half the party has it, then everyone can attempt to work together. They roll the d4s, and you two would have to roll to match.
Cool deal. We also roll
Work
d4s.
together, a cumulative team skill that allows them to premeditate their action to get a bonus. A 3 and a 3. 3s are the match.
Oh.
Hits a 4. Roll it again.
Roll it
Oh.
again.
Hits a 2. Dang it. Hits a deuce. Hits
That's a 3.
Hey!
We have a link in to work together, so the 3 of
We
you
can work together.
are going to get a +1 on your successive action next turn, and you will learn work together. And that's all you got to do in this game to acquire a useful team utility skill. Is just match in on the roll. Beautiful. So now that you the 3 of you have worked together, the corridor is only big enough for 2 people to stand up against it. You with your pickaxe and
Who's the next highest strike?
I have 3.
I have 3.
We all have 3, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I'll start mining them out. You guys start carrying them.
Will you?
Could I use my giant cleaver to try to like hack at things?
He has a
mine it?
pickaxe and a shovel.
Oh,
We
okay.
have the metal shovels. Somebody else can.
All right, I'll just use
I'll
that.
use the pickaxe. Somebody else use the metal shovel.
So you want to use the shovel,
Yeah, I got you.
and you want to work behind them to clear debris that they're creating.
You carry the debris into the soft dirt, clay, or whatever, and start filling that in with material.
Really, all I can do is feel around anyway. So I mean, that sounds like a decent
Nice.
idea.
So
I'll play a little montage tune while they're doing
Nice.
nice. So you go ahead and set up your tune. You both roll the d6 for the mining. The tune is a 1.
It's not lifting our spirits.
A 1 and a 5 for the mining rolls. A 5 for you. A 2 for your recovering of the dirt. So you would think with your pickaxe, as you do one hefting swing, because of how moist it is, it sinks in, chunk all the way up to the top. You're just like, damn it. As you try to wrench it free, breaking some of it away, you've already with your shovel done a couple of these, knocking some of the big sections of stone and dirt away like easily as you're scooping with your shovel. A much more effective technique than you just sinking the sharp edge of the pick into the wet, moist clay.
Yeah.
And you can already hear it landing on the ground behind them in clumps. So you're able to, on all fours, gather some of it up. Standing up, turning around, you bring it out into the main room where you were sitting at the threshold where the hard clay meets the sinking clay. As you walk up to it, you're like, oh, stop right there, right? And as you, just cast it out?
Mhm.
So after, we'll say, 2 turns of that, to where you're frantically hitting with a shovel, you trying to hit it the best you can with your pickaxe, and you bringing out huge clumpfuls of it. Because of your 5, your shovel breaks through a section, revealing the hallway behind it. As you're like, oh, I did it. Getting your hands in to pull it out and to pull it away. And again, it's your fingers sink into it a little bit because it's wet, moist clay. So you are able to pull sections of it away, revealing, the cool passageway behind it. So it takes another couple of minutes of the 2 of you working together frantically. Everyone did get a +1 on that last one too, so your 5 turned to a 6. That's why it was so successful.
Oh, cool.
And your 2 did turn to a 3, and your 1 did turn to a 2.
Let's go.
But as everyone working together, you're able to get a big enough section of the clay knocked out to where you can, stepping low and underneath, step into it. And so, single file, the 4 of you would go one by one through that into the hallway behind it. It goes down only about 4 or 5 feet, and then it turns. Turning, you instantly see a dead end. But against that dead end is an interesting sight. It's the same mossy, clay stone or clay floor, walls, and ceiling. But as it comes to a dead end, there are 2 skeletons with what look like mining gear around them, lying there. But as you draw closer, the torchlight does reveal those same similar open cracks and sections in the clay that are opened up and revealed.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
So as you're kind of standing there looking at these 2 skeletal remains, you can only guess that they were here maybe mining out this section of the room when some horrible fate must have befallen them.
What kind of mining gear do they have?
They both had what are those tools called that have the 3 prongs and you hold them in your hand?
Trowel.
Is it a trowel? Is it
I
a
think
trowel?
the trowel is like the handheld shovel.
Yeah.
tiny shovel.
So yeah, what is that little 3-pronged grass gardening tool called? They each have one of those. It must. I see Sprinkles over here using the power of Google to find it. But there's 2 of those. There are 2 hand shovels. There are also 2 mining hats, which are the bowl-shaped metal helmets. They each had what may have been leather and cloth armor, but have long since been molded, and you can almost pull them off. But they each also had one pickaxe, but it's the pickaxe with the flattened edge on the other side. That is a special name. I'm not sure what it would.
Cultivator.
Sprinkles gets a rave point.
Hey.
That puts me at 6 rave. I have 7 rave points.
He's at 7 rave
Hey.
points. At 7 rave points, a character unlocks their first rave skill. The power of the rave is on your side.
Let's go.
My dad always called the pigs with the flat edge on the other end of it. He always called them a maul. I don't know if that's right or not.
Right.
I've heard of Maddox.
A mattock is the pickaxe on one side and the flattened edge on the other. That's what a mattock is. Now that you say that, you're deserving of all these rave points coming over here. What's an adze?
And ads.
It's a tool. Now I can't think of where that word even came from. It's ADZE.
Oh.
Right?
Tis lost to me.
I don't know the old ways.
Let's see. The old ways.
It's an ancient, versatile cutting tool, similar to an axe, but with the cutting edge perpendicular to the handle rather than parallel.
Oh, the axe blade like this on the handle. Well, that's like a hoe.
Yeah, it's
That's
like,
it?
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's kind of a small little hoe.
Weird.
The name just came to me.
Cool.
The stuff that you see in here. I'll tell you what, raving. Oh, and you're a rogue.
He's a bit to this one. Cute Spidey. They were cute. I kept them all.
Oh, those spiders were
Garrote?
garrot.
Garrote? Raven Garrote. 3 M. Oh, you meant AP. 3 AP.
Oh yeah, 3 AP.
And 2 D6.
The raving garrot is a technique where, in a burst of raving energy, you attempt to, coming up behind someone with a thin bit of wire, bring it around their neck to kill them.
Do I need to get that item? To use
You can technically right now attempt to use any sharp weapon, but you would need just a thin bit of metal wire for it to work.
You can have my wire rope.
You have a wire rope? Yeah. That's got threads to where if you were to peel one off, that would be perfect for a garrote wire, really.
That's epic for a rogue to have. Just
It's a raving skill too.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Picked up his first rave skill. Let's go.
Nice.
So as after doing all that work and getting through to that room, again you see the two long since dead miners with those big, huge open cracks and gaps in the clay ceiling, looting their bodies. You take all their possessions, leaving just really the skeletons and the rotted remains of their cloth armor. Do you want their boots?
Yes, actually.
It's 2 pairs of, I guess you can call them mining boots. They're high up to the shin, meant for, with a wide open bit of top, meant for your pants to be tucked in so dirt doesn't get in.
My bird feet won't fit. So.
They will not.
I already have my rock climbing boots, so I'm good.
Nice.
I
So-
would like one of their pickaxes though.
Did you get one of the pickaxes?
Or did we already decide who gets it?
So I already had a pickaxe, so one of you guys can take it.
Do you want a pickaxe?
You can have. I'm not. I'm not really that strong.
There's
I
2
won't be able to use
There
pickaxes.
was 2, and he already did have one.
it. I'll take the other one.
Okay. You never
Y'all
know.
can have those. Could I have both of the 3-pronged?
Yeah. Was there a name for those?
The cultivator?
Yeah.
No, the 3-pronged. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, that's the cultivator.
Oh, yeah, that's what they're called.
All right,
Yes, we'll call 'em that.
I'll take both of them.
Our knowledge of gardening tools has all gone up a little bit, I think, tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Buccaneers hat that I gave to Slippy. My bad.
You can hear the dungeon audio.
Did anyone take one of the miner hats?
Oh,
The miner
the
cap?
two mining helmets.
The
Oh,
helmets?
yeah, let me get a
Oh, there's
Can I get one
miners
too?
helmet?
2 mining helmets.
Yeah, is that an accessory?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yes.
go ahead and equip mine.
Yes,
Yeah. Me too.
those
What
are
about it?
accessories.
Do they have like little lanterns in them?
No, but it has a little flat space out in the front of it, a bit of flattened metal where you might rest a candle.
Sick.
Are there's candles on these?
No. Yeah, those are the upgraded versions. Built-in candlesticks. And so, after examining the room and taking everything, there's nothing but bones and the remains left. And so from there, you would have to turn around and head back around the corner through the busted open, damp hole that you made in the section of cave-in, and then back out into the main hallway where this huge clay set room is still standing out in front of you. You still see, again, going along the walls, different veins of clay of different colors and different kinds of sediments and things.
Were we able to get any large stones and stuff we dug
So,
out?
in the 3 turns that he had spent throwing debris out, there's a huge section here in the middle where there's debris lining it. About, we'll say about that far out. He was able to throw it out 8 to 10 feet in some spots. And it's, again, some of it is somewhat sunken in, but a lot of it is just resting on top. And it's clay chunks, dirt pieces, and small bits of rock and flat bits stretched out 8 to 10 feet in front of you in different spots.
Okay, I want to use my modding boots and kind of test it out, see if I can get over to that vein that I rolled the 6 on the phone.
So it's over here.
Yep.
He walked into the center of the room and just sort of pitched everything out, making a spot in the middle that, if one were agile enough, perhaps they could hop from one to the next. And there's a bunch of them out there. It would take you we'll say it'll take you a good halfway. Some of the outer ones would take you halfway into the middle of the room.
But that's not what the vein is?
No, the outer walls have the different layers and lines of sediment along them.
Can I try walking along one of the outer walls and mining it from where I'm at?
So as you shuffle along the wall, you get to a spot again where you reach out with your foot and it starts to sink all the way up against the wall. I mean, it seems the threshold is even there.
I'm able to hit the wall from the edge.
If you lean out hard with your weapon, like with your pickaxe like this, you mean? Roll d6.
Trying to find some crystals.
A 1.
Oh no.
Again, it sinks all the way up into the wet clay. You're like, and as far out as it is, you struggle to get enough leverage to pull and shimmy it out without stepping forward into the sinking clay. But you eventually do, and it lets a little bit of the clay and darker sediments behind it and silt fall out in front of you a couple of feet. But to walk out there to try to look at it and investigate it would almost certainly cause you to sink.
I'm gonna hop out to this one
Okay.
and then mold my body into like a puddle, so it like just flattens out and expands.
You definitely do that at the end of the turn, but then you'd have to kind of do successive rolls to keep it that way if you want to keep it that way.
Alright.
Mold rolls, like you're molding. So the first one is a d6 to start hopping along bits of rock and pieces of stone and dirt. A 4. So that does you hop over to 1, and as everyone watches their breath held, you hop to a second one and hop to a third one, bringing you out about this far. You didn't get all the way out on a 4, but you did make 3 good hops. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as you land on it, you can feel it. Already feel the big heavy piece of clay under you starting to slowly settle, sink, and shift. Roll for mold. A 3. Though you are able to, as your body starts to elongate and stretch out into a bit of a flatter surface, there's that moment where you're leaning forward. Are you about to sort of slap yourself against the surface of the clay?
Mhm.
So as you slap forward like this, your body is out flat enough to where you stick on it. You can feel the edges of the sinking clay come up around your body. It's cold and clammy and wet. But there's that one moment where you stop. And as you're holding your breath there for a moment, you don't seem to be sinking. Your body is just wide enough to where the weight isn't causing it to sink. So until your next turn starts, that is how it's set. So now it comes around to who will go next.
I can't see.
Yeah, fair point. How far does this extend?
The room itself is only about, this is about 10, I'm sorry, though, this was about 10, 15.
We can still shoot an arrow with the rope on.
Yeah, it is about 60 feet all the way across. Probably even a little bit longer. With him now, as his body sort of puddled out somewhat, about in the middle of it, that's about 20 to 25 feet out that he's at.
Okay. Yeah, I like that idea with the arrow and the rope. So we could do that, and I'll fire an arrow for it.
I have a coil rope.
I have a coil of rope too. Should we tie them together? How long is a coil of rope?
30
Get
feet.
it? Yeah, we're gonna have to tie them together.
Oh yeah, to get 60 feet, both of them together. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll put them on an arrow and fire across
So
the room.
easy enough task to knot the ropes together. Yeah, easy enough again to put it up against the back fletching of the arrow. But because it's weighted now, you're going to have to not only pull it back as far as you can, but strike it up at such an angle that it sinks in deep enough to support weight.
Do you have like a hammer and a stake to set it at one end when you're done?
I think the arrow would probably have to be it if I hit it hard enough.
You should.
Cause I have a hammer and a stake, but you'd have to wrap the other end.
You should try and use your stretch ability to stretch your arm out.
I was thinking
And
that.
make it
Could I do
stronger
that?
bow. It might snap the bow.
Yeah, you might snap the bow.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Just try shooting it first. Let's just try doing it. See
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, the rope's on the end of the arrow. We can always pull it back and get another shot.
Yeah.
I have arrows.
Yeah, so I'll shoot.
Nice. With the rope tied against the fletching of the arrow, you draw it back, trying to find a nice straight angle. Two. So you fire the arrow and it definitely sinks in past the arrowhead, maybe in 4 or 5 inches. But as you pull it, you can already feel a little give. It's in there, but you're not sure if it's in there enough to support a lot of weight.
What are you thinking there, fellas?
How sturdy does it feel?
He pulls once and again, like there's the slightest little bit of give, as if it's giving up against the clay that it's embedded into, but it doesn't seem to be moving for now.
You could use a pickaxe, hit it on the side, and then use the rope to like pull yourself. That way you're not using all your weight on the rope, and then you could just like keep pulling, pickaxing.
We can always pull the rope too to get you back out of there or something like that.
And if you keep the pickaxe and hold it, you won't sink.
Is there a way I could do that from here?
You want to jump out as far as you can, holding the rope. I mean, he's flat on the clay too. You could technically
Yeah, could I like
vault off of him.
vault off of him, try to sink it in the side, and then just use the
So
rope? And...
you, from where he's at, you're gonna have to. I guess this side would be closer. You'd have to attempt the bounce first, bound off this way, and then in the air, sink it into the wall. And you do have stretch, I guess. So
Yeah, I can use the stretch when I try to sink into it.
all right. First one is for the hopping attempts. A 3. That is only going to get you out. That is only going to get you out one, and because you have a longer stride than him. You are able to hop across one and hop across a second to bring you right here. So now you're going to have to actually roll another one for the timed jump off of his back.
Dang.
Ooh, roll it again. A 1.
Oh,
Jumping and landing firmly on his back, you both feet square in the center, right? Your weight instantly is too much as you feel the clay come up over the edges of your body and start to close in. Roll to press against it with a mold. A 7. Beautiful.
nice.
Hey, yo.
As you grit your senses, right, and you try to focus on just hardening, just stay flat, stay flat, stay flat, you can feel his body trembling under your feet, and he's letting out a low.
I believe in you, Slippy!
But you landed so hard right in the center with both feet that, you know, it was jarring and a little painful when he hit you. We'll see if you take 1 damage. But you landed firm, and with the pickaxe in your hand, you're now set to do a vaulting jump off to the left. Go ahead and roll the d6.
And can I also use stretch to...
Yeah, this will be after
Okay.
after this jump attempt, because you'll be going towards the wall. A 6.
Oh.
Roll it again. A 4. So on a 6, yeah, this time you step off at the perfect distance, vaulting yourself over towards the wall. Pickaxe out in front of you. So go ahead and use stretch.
Yeah, it's a D4. Got the MP. What is it?
A 4.
Nice.
Oh,
Beautiful.
reroll that.
Roll that again. Oh,
Dang.
flipped out. A 3.
Okay.
On the 4, that's enough as you're sailing, as you're careening in the air towards it, left hand out with the pickaxe, it sinks in 3/4 of the way up. Your foot rests up against the wall, and you're kind of dangling there, right, about 1.5 feet above the floor, right, up against the wall, tense. All your muscles kind of contracting as you're poised there, again, 1.5 feet over the floor, just the pickaxe, you know, stuck in for now. But you still hang onto the rope, right? So this hand is, the pickaxe is in, the rope is in your hand here, and as you reach over to grab it, it is still hanging, but now it's behind you a little bit, up in the ceiling. You're going to have to attempt one more jump now to try to clear as much distance as you can. And the pickaxe is pretty well set into the clay, so you'd almost have to like try to pull it out and then jump if you want to, if you're trying to keep the pickaxe in your inventory while you're jumping.
How attached to the pickaxe were you?
Not at all. I mean, you could also leave the pickaxe in there for other people, like,
To platform on?
Yeah, I was gonna say, could I like kick off the handle of the pickaxe to have a little extra oomph, or is it too short?
It's sunk in, and so you would, both of your feet are kind of too big to rest on top of it without risking dragging it down onto the wall.
You just pushing off the wall at that point.
Yeah, I'll just push off the wall. Could I maybe use stretch again to try to?
Does it cost MP?
It's 1 MP.
Yeah, it's a move, then you can use it again.
All right. Then yeah, I'd just like to just use stretch to bounce off the wall, get a good momentum going.
Alright, roll for the stretch. A 1.
Dang.
But now roll for jumping off the wall. This will be your last check. You've done pretty good. A 1.
Oh,
no. It would.
This time, as you hop off, your foot slips against the wall because of how slick it is. And so there's that moment where you went to jump, but accidentally just like almost went to hop off. Instinctively, you reach to stretch, stretching out with this hand, right? It only stretches out about 1 foot in front of you as your feet hit the ground and instantly start to sink, right? Instantly up over your ankles and then up to your shins. Trying to step forward in it, you only lean your body forwards a little bit, causing you to almost fall over. But as you fall over, you hit, where, this line? As you fall over onto this line, it's solid, right? And so now as it's sinking up over your knees and you're bent over, scratching the hard clay, it's to the point now to where you've maybe stopped sinking, but it's up over your knees, up onto your, about 5 inches over your knees, with your body leaned over, straight 45. Your fingers gripping tight into the clay. As long as you hold this position, you're not really sinking, but you can't imagine how the hell you're going to get out on your own. You're stuck.
It's gonna happen eventually.
So, but this gives you some information as you call back. I found something solid. It's solid over here. Letting you know that probably at about this threshold is where the sinking clay stops and the hard clay begins again. Some information. And the pickaxe is firmly implanted in this wall. Let me get a weapon. Let me get a weapon dice. Did I grab the wrong? Unreal.
Okay.
50-50 again.
That 50-50-90 rule.
Yeah. Actually, it's a little further behind you. Okay. Nice. So as you hear Drum yell out, guys, I think I'm stuck. But it's solid over here. You guys gotta get over here.
Can I? So since I'm the one that threw those rocks out, would I have a general description as to where they are? Could I?
You heard them land with heavy thuds as you were throwing them out, but that was some minutes ago.
Yeah.
You would have a general sense as they're scattered out in front of you, but
There's not really any way to tell. Okay.
mm-mm.
Can I take my
Just
metal
trying to
shovel and just walk around and like prod the ground to see if maybe there's some kind of like ledge that's not as deep or something solid underneath?
Sure. And you're gonna attempt to reach out to just leap over and rest on something solid. You want to use blind sense?
I do. Yeah. But I was trying to think of like, can I use my short sword to just like feel the rocks? Well, the rocks would sink when I get on them, so that would be pointless. Never mind. For blind sense.
Going for it. Hits a 6.
It's
On
a
D8.
Oh shit.
Holding your hand out in front of you, you close your eyes for a second and taking a deep breath of the moist, mildewy air. You try to focus yourself and calm your thoughts, letting your senses sweep out in front of you. As you put your toe out for just a second, feeling around, you feel where it's soft. Your pointed toenails going into it. Then ahead of that is something solid. Without really thinking, you just go out on top of it, right? You can already feel yourself slowly settling as your next foot is out in front of you like this, like poking, feeling something solid. Feeling something, you hop over to it. Again, this time, this one was a little smaller, and you can feel a bit of it crumble away from the side of your foot under the weight. Only having a moment. Make a sound. Roll your last turn to keep your form. What a game. An 8. Roll it again.
Oh yes, sir.
So on it was a deuce. On an 8, you will yourself. You're like, as you hear footsteps hopping from behind you on the stones, you will yourself to stay flat. You affirm in your mind that your form is not going to change because your friend's very lives depend on it. As you hear him let out a you hop one more time, wings fluttering out behind you in a bit of a floated leap, resting gingerly on your back. You feel no weight. His bones are hollow. He's a bird. So he actually only weighs about 80 pounds. Unlike him, who weighs like 210, So when you land on him, it's like you just sort of drift down on it, and it's almost like you felt his feet land, but you feel almost no weight. So from here, you hear him out ahead to the left, sort of going like, this shit is awful, I'm stuck. Getting in my fucking boots.
Can I try to, can I use like, can I use Talon Dive, maybe? Jump up, flap my wings, and use Talon Dive to try and get over there?
Absolutely.
Sick. That is 1 AP, a D6, and a D4. So I will use my AP. Boom. A D6 and a D4. 6.
3.
4.
A 4. Beautiful.
Reroll that.
A second
Oh,
4.
that's
Will
two
he hit 3
fours.
4s? Will he hit 3 4s? 2. But on a 3, you jump out about half the distance. Your wings fluttering out behind you, gallantly. As your body lurches forward, you heard where his distance was at. So casting it up to fate, you jumped out straight ahead. Your body lurches forward as your hands come out like this as you do a diving motion. With the 2 4s, you land just on where the hardened edge would be, and as you come to a roll and you spring up facing the other direction, you let out a hard you're on solid ground. You can't believe you made it.
Sick.
You know,
Immediately
starting over to where you hear him grunting at, he reaches up with a hand and you grab it. Roll a d6 to try to pull him out. A 1. You pull with both hands. He doesn't budge.
Oh god.
Come on, Duck. You got this.
But now comes down to Sprinkle's turn. Roll your d6 to investigate with your shovel, looking for any minute ledges.
Oh, we should have used work together on me trying to pull you up.
A 1. Well, as you put the shovel in up to the top of the spade piece, right? It sinks in. You pull it out and do a couple more of those scuff, 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 scuff against the wall. And when you pull it out, the clay is solid, but up against the wall, the sheer force and pressure of it automatically starts pushing it back up against the side. You didn't detect any ledges.
Okay. I guess I'll just do what everybody else is doing and just run and jump.
Well, already seeing him on the other side, trying to pull him out.
Would my cat form help me?
You'd be on all 4s. So yeah, I would think so.
Okay. I'll use my feline form.
Use his friendly ones.
It's just for the duration though.
4. With a 4, haunching forward, you let out a feline. Your hair stands up all over your back like a long stripe. Your claws come out as you're haunched over on all 4s like tents. So I'll give you a +1 to a leaping or a bounding motion if you want to roll d6. A 5 +1.
36.
Hopping easily once, twice, and the 3rd time. Again, resting on your back, but that was really the last turn that you can hold a form like this for so long. Your body is already quaking and trembling and shaking from the exertion of having to do it for so long. As you can already feel yourself forming back, you can feel yourself rising a little bit as his body is returning to its form underneath you.
Snap back to my normal form to give him a bounce off of me.
Roll d6 at the same time.
I'm gonna roll a d8 since it's my last mold, or just a d6?
It's not a mold, but it's more like a d6 to return to form. 3 and a 5. So unexpectedly, he snaps back into his normal form. Boom, like this, causing you to almost vault yourself a little bit up into the air. But with a 3, as you land on all 4s, about 5 feet short, you can already feel your hands starting to sink in. But because you're on all 4s, doing this number and scrambling as hard as you can, scraping the sinking clay underneath your claws, you scramble as quickly as you can over to the edge. As your both claws hit the hard edge, you can already feel your back feet starting to sink in a little bit. Throwing yourself over onto your stomach, your feet didn't sink enough. As you find yourself rolling over onto your back, scurrying away, you just barely made it.
Let's go.
As you snap back to normal form, you let go of the rope, right?
Yeah.
It was hanging from the center. So now as you take your regular form, you can feel yourself starting to sink in the clay. There are no stones ahead of you. But there is a rope dangling straight above you. Do you grab it?
Yeah, I'll grab the rope.
Because you're lighter than the other players, you're not really as inhibited as if you were to hang from this rope. So as you grab it and you start to pull yourself, your whole body shifts up onto the rope. You're hanging there about 2 feet above where you were just positioned in the sinking clay. As you're hanging there for just a moment, unsure of what to do, your body naturally from your weight starts to kind of...
I'll start whistling up, and then start swinging.
Nice. You want to do it too? A 3. You tried to go. But you're so focused on trying to swing back and forth that it didn't come out like a tune, but more like you were whistling in concentration. As he starts to swing back and forward like this, slowly, like a pendulum, you see it start to get bigger and bigger as Sprinkles gets back up to his feet. The both of you now, while he's swinging, both of you roll a d6 to try to get him out of the clay.
We all have worked together. Let's use it this
Yeah,
time.
work together.
Okay.
Sick.
A 4. A 4.
Nice.
We need to roll it again.
You definitely do. Wow. A second 4.
Oh, really?
A 2. Roll for the third 4.
Wendy's called
A 1.
Oh.
He almost got that 4 for 4 just now.
I got you.
But you guys hit to work together, so now roll your d6s and you both get a +1. A 6.
Oh.
A 1.
Oh.
6 plus 1 rolled again. 1 plus 1. A second 6.
Ooh.
A second 6.
Uh-oh.
Is it time? A
No.
2. As you were, standing up in your feline form, you were trying your best to get your hands around one of his arms. The claws out, you almost are kind of scratching. You're like, hey, wait, stop. But you had a firm grasp with both of your hands leaning back. You hear that same shuckling, sucking sound as his legs get slowly drawn out of the clay. As you're leaning back with all your might, finally you pop free, both of your legs, as you go sprawling on top of him, clambering at the edge of the room. You almost had to shuffle back out of the way, but as you do, your back hits the wall, and as you turn and look at it, it's solid here, and there are some of those layers of sediment.
I'm gonna start mining.
You're swinging now to the point to where you can already, as you look up while you're swinging, your momentum now is causing the arrow to slowly shift and settle loose from its grasp in the ceiling. So you're going to have to, it's going to be now or never. Roll a d6. A 2. As you went to try to swing forward and try to release the rope, the arrow gives way. At this side of your swing, as you were literally helping each other back up to your feet, Slippy slams into both of you. Bam! You both take 1 damage.
Oh.
All 3 of you go in a huge heap, arms and legs and slime everywhere. As the 3 of you were like, pushing him off and standing up. As you're back to them, already have your pickaxe out, going, "Oh, I'm gonna mine the shit out of this right now."
Yeah.
Paying no attention to their play. Go ahead and roll to mine.
It's always time to mine.
A 2. As everyone gets back up to their feet, and you're brushing pieces of clay and wet dirt off of your legs, you have to take off your boot and reach in and scoop it out and tip it over and knock it over because it was so much wet clay inside of it.
Gosh.
So the 3 of you are kind of getting cleaned up. He's over there just whacking once and a second time with his pickaxe, causing a good deal of that wet sediment and dark chunk of clay to fall away. It was a darker bit of a vein here under the normally dark, wet tan of normal clay. So it does appear to be a bit of a harder sediment. You're not quite sure what it is, but it's dark. And it's not dirt, and it's not exactly rock either.
Was it cold?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, as you grab it and your hands come away, they're dark with soot.
It's just cold. Okay. So found some chunks of coal. Or,
Yeah, I mean, you found one big chunk, really.
so it was like some coal ore or what
You can call it that.
I keep mining.
That vein wasn't really. It was very small, and you really hit it right in the middle. And it's that dark tan clay on top, and normal sort of settled in wet dirt below it. You don't really see anything in this section of the wall for mining.
All right.
When I hear him hitting the wall, can I try to go to the other side?
Yeah, you can feel over until you feel the wall, and then stepping back a step. Do you have something to use?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the pickaxe I just got, and just try to hit the wall with it.
Take a swing. You guys are behind him. Stand back.
Yeah. Boy Scouts get out of the white circle.
A 3. So you hit it right and you pull it out, hit it again a couple, or maybe a foot over, and you pull that one out. But the only thing that is you're reaching down to kind of check, it's only just dark clay. I mean, you can keep clay if you want it because you can mold it and form it into things. If you have a kiln, you can then, what do they call that when you put clay in a kiln to turn it into porcelain or whatever?
Like fire blast.
Yeah, you can fire blast it. If you guys get to a smithy, you can always turn clay into ceramic and stuff like that if you want to scavenge any of it.
Yes, I will.
And then you guys can find your inner sculptors. If that's a profession or a subclass that you want to take, you can sculpt.
So you said dark
Be a
clay,
prospect and stuff like that.
It's tan clay,
tan clay. Okay.
but you got a hunk of it, like a big hunk of it.
Cool. Big hunk tan clay.
But the only real differently colored vein was the one that he had discovered in a hurry and went over and quickly got all of the sediment out of it. Peering down this way as you hold your torch down, it man, what a room. It looks like it turns and goes up slightly. So as the 4 of you, two in front, 2 in the back, it almost like they're rounded steps. Maybe they were square at one point, but wear and erosion have made them rounded, dark dirt clay steps. Stepping up them as they go up. At the top, as you hold your torch out, it almost comes to another rounded corner, turning directly left. Turning that way, it opens up into another room. This one, again, as you're walking into it, again, looks a little different than the rest. This room isn't made of clay. It has stone in it. And so it's almost like you're walking in the dirt, and then it's stone, like a threshold, to where you walk in, and it's similar to one of the rooms before, where it's that dark gray stone with moss and dirt, and the occasional spider web or a bit of a root all around it. And this is another sort of a bigger, with square cornered room. Again, this one a little more, I would say, civilized looking than the ones before it, in that it looked like at one point it had held what looked like carriages. You see big frameworks of wooden carriages, right? No cloth coverings, skeletal, but there's maybe 3 or 4 big ones all set up here in the center of the room with inches of dust and cobwebs off of them going in every direction. Yeah, we'll say they're kind of big. 1, 2, 3. The room itself, again, made of that mossy, dark sectioning of stone. Looking in with your torch and casting it around, you hear nothing except for, again, the occasional drop of moisture, the scurrying of mice. This room kind of stretched out. There's a fourth one. And the torchlight doesn't quite extend all the way far to the other side of the room, but you see that it does reach a double door. The doorway, again, the doors themselves looking like they're molded, half rotted, falling off the hinges. So as the 4 of you sort of, again, it looked like if they were building them here, that they left the frameworks of a bunch of them, half rotted wheels and spokes, basic frameworking of wood intersecting in between the wheels. As there's about 4 of them all scattered about. But as the 4 of you were about to investigate, we are going to take a quick little break, because I need to take a necessities break, we'll say that. The coffee went right through me. So we're going to take a brief intermission here, and when we get back, they are going to continue to explore the Hamlina Catacombs, and we will be right back.
Right back.
We will be back.
See you this time.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
So, thank you all for letting us take a quick necessities break. When they had went to this room, it was a little less. You can maybe tell it was a newer room than the other ones by the less amount of moss and dirt and cobwebs on the floor. The half rotted, semi-constructed wagons you see all strewn about. Look, yeah, some of the wood. I would say some of the wood might be salvageable, as if these have been put here more recently. But the wheels are still rotted. Many of the spokes are completely gone. Heavy cobwebs hang from them. But they appear to be rickety skeletal pieces of carriages or wagons. The room itself, yeah, high stone walls that go up over the top with big double doors here at the end. I guess big enough, presumably, to transport carriages in and out of.
Can we attempt to like break them down for like scrap, like maybe metal or timber?
So there's a good deal of rotted wood, but if you want to try to roll a d6 to we'll say for a scavenge roll. A 6. Roll it again.
Good, buddy. Keep them going. Oh.
Rapunzel's. A 6.
Oh, what's above
Come
that?
on, third.
He wants scavenge. The scavenge skill.
What's happening? Is it
A
going
1.
Oh, no.
So
Oh, baby, not a triple.
Still a 6.
action. As soon as we come back, the action already starts. You
Insane.
So you definitely some of the main plank pieces running along the center of the frames. Certainly the largest and heaviest of the wood pieces were the ones that were thick enough to withstand a lot of the time and the rotting. So a lot of those, the outsides of them, you'd have to kind of chip away some of the wet edges and parts, but they're relatively intact. And so if there's 4 carriages, I'll let everyone roll a d4, and if you hit a 4, the team can salvage one of them.
Cool.
That's a 1.
Oh, no.
That's a 4.
Hey,
Oh,
One
yeah.
a thick oaken plank.
Oh.
3. But you did get one of them, and it's like a big thick plank. It's this big around, and it's a good
Ooh, 4.
7 feet
Nice.
long, and you get one as well. A thick oaken plank.
Roll for that.
Shit.
A 3.
Ooh.
A 3. That's such a great idea, and yet as everyone around you is scavenging and pulling big, huge pieces of wood out of the frames, knocking away the rotted sections, the cross sections and stuff, like, yeah, this one's great. I can grab this one. Oh yeah, I've got this one too. It's like, it's heavy. Someone come help me grab it. You go up to one, and as you go to grab it, failing the roll, you can't take it.
I get nothing.
You walk up to it, and you're like, ooh, no, you're no good. I can't take you. You're no good. Turning around, you shrug and go, it's no good.
Not good. No good.
But so now and again, they're about 7 feet long each one, and it's bigger than a 4x4. I mean, the thing's like an 8x10 big long plank.
Nice.
So do with those what you will. You've got clay and wood now. You guys can do quite a bit of crafting. And that does actually kind of break all these down, really. And now it's just kind of scattered bits of rotted pieces of wood and wheels strewn all about the room. You guys taking a good turn or two to break it, to rummage through everything, break it all down, thoroughly loot all the salvageable wood. It was about half of it, I guess.
May I meditate?
I'm gonna. Do we have any tinder or anything we can use to immediately light it? So we can start a
I still have a
campfire.
torch.
Oh, a
that'd be cool.
campfire.
Is there
I'd
anything
like to
else
just-
Yeah, it's got high ceilings, and so you could start a fire in here, and it would.
Are these like entrances?
No. The big double doors here, but again, this room has a high arcing ceiling.
Can I peek into the other room? Through the door?
Sure. Are you gathering up all of the extra sections or whatever pieces of wood, and are you gathering them all up?
Hey, my bad, y'all.
The earth trembles.
I was gonna gather wood, or gather scraps of wood to make a campfire, and I guess we could also make traps to make sure no one's trying to sneak up on us.
Okay. Yeah. So you can do, while you're peering out the door, you're going to be the scavenge is going to be one on its own. If you guys all want to roll to gather up the excess tinders and pieces of wood and gather them all into a pile in the center of the room, the three of you roll d6.
Sure. Oh no. Thank you.
A 1, a 4, and 5.
Hey.
It's a good 5.
Mine? Not too much.
So, no. Your turn was as you striding up to these double doors. They're on these big, heavy hinges, almost as if they're meant to kind of swing open if you press on them hard enough, like big barn doors, right? So, pressing one open, it leads out into it's a smaller, like a foyer room, to where it comes to a cavern, a slope like this, and then leads straight out, and it looks like it goes up, steps, and you can even see at the top, it looks like it goes up, maybe off in one direction and maybe off in another, as if the stairway leads in one direction and off in another direction.
Alright.
But as far as that little small enclosed space there's no lights or torches. It's all cut out of the rock of the ground around it.
Do I see any veins?
You'd have to go all the way in the room and really investigate and hold your torch out to even examine it.
I'll do that.
Okay, roll a d6. Does a spin-a-rooney and lands on a 5. Sitting there doing cartwheels, man. Some Eddie Gordo. So as you walk in, and so it does kind of come to like where it slants in like this, and it slants in like this. I can describe it, but I can block it too. Actually, kind of comes in. So I describe it as a foyer because it was a closed-in section that leads to this going straight up steps, like 2 or 3 wide stone steps. Then from there, it goes up steps this way and up steps this way. And yeah, this room here, and what's unique about this room as you hold the torch up above you is that it's been carved out of the rock and dirt higher than this room, like way up. As you kind of look up, puzzled for a second, can I get an intelligence check? What's your intelligence? 3, you're like turning back around because they're in there. You hear them shuffling around, kicking things together and getting them all sorted into a pile. Turning back around, you're like trying to make sense of it. So they must bring the carriages out here, and as you kind of back up, you notice up against this stone, there is something bracketed to the wall. Big, well, like open hinges, but they're huge, bracketed to the wall, right? And as you look up, is that a bit of a pulley piece mounted to the top there? Way up. You're like, you don't really get it, but as you turn around and look over here, you see something similar on that side too, and you're like,
It's like a little elevator.
is it something that they were working on? The top is smooth, polished stone. The torchlight doesn't really go high enough to really see the details, to see if there's breaks or imperfections on it. It's really hard to tell, but it looks crudely made, and maybe even unfinished. With heavy stone steps leading up this way, with stairways going up in each direction. Are you guys lighting all this stuff on fire?
Yes.
You want to fire spin it?
No, I was gonna say I have an intelligence of 5. Could I go join him and try to maybe piece together things, or?
Oh, sure.
It's some kind of elevator.
So as you walk in here, you hear him mutter under his breath, "Some kind of elevator?" Staring up at it. He's staring up at it as he's holding his hand high over his head, letting the torchlight try to get as high as it can. Straining your eyes, yeah, you can see up there that it's maybe, it's smooth, almost too smooth up there at top, as if it was specially, whatever it is smoothed over. And as soon as you notice these big open hinges where, oh yeah, ropes must go through those, right? And up around the pulleys up top, and the counterweight's on the other side. So the platform would probably go right where you're standing. As you kind of look down at the floor, and you can see that it's smooth lines, like long planks of stone that have been set in here, as if to reinforce a lot of weight.
Cool. Now that I'm at a distance, can I throw a fire disc to light it up?
Oh, from inside the doorway?
Yeah.
Nice. You should roll a 1d4. You should roll a 1d4.
No.
A 2.
Oh god.
And a 2.
Oh.
Well,
No.
what that means is that I was thinking about it in cardinal directions 1, 2. You guys would be here then,
Okay.
starting from him going clockwise. So, go ahead, and from that distance, it's about 30, 35 feet. Oh, wait. Let me get these calculus. A 1.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The disc that appears in your hand as you bring it up and flick your wrist, and it is only a little bit bigger than your hand and small and thin. And as you reel it back like this, you're standing behind him, thinking about who was it that tripped you earlier before? Who was it that you're like, no, it wasn't him. As you let him go ahead and cast it, he still whips it out, and it does 2 lazy bits of spins and kind of lands here, skidding short. It does land in some of and lighted a blaze, but it landed short and was relatively unspectacular.
It's okay.
Can I-
Those are my 2 middle names.
The drum. It's okay.
Yeah, and you guys were watching from here. He cast it in and it lands, and after a few moments you see smoke start to rise from it. So as you come around on one side or the other, as from here it starts to smoke heavily for a second, as flames start to sweep over the whole thing. Getting it in kind of closer. You guys have it bunched up pretty close. So we'll actually say the fire itself is only like that. So it's, and actually I know I have the, on the other side of the weapons, let's check it out. It's actually pretty funny. In games where was it fire? I know it was the games where I was tracking flames that were spreading in a library, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a what dice I was using, but we'll just say as far as the spaces that if you get close enough to it, your character will take damage. I'll put them there for that reason.
Cool.
There. If you get within that sort of space, you can get close, and a lot of heat comes off, and you can cook, and you can do that kind of stuff because it's big enough and hot enough. But if you get too close, then you'll take damage. And they're sort of investigating everything and looking at these steps. They're thick and heavy, set into the stone. Each individual piece going up. And there's like 6 of them. Going up to the top, you turn and look one way, and it looks like it's just going up another set of steps that look like it's another, like a stairwell, because it's in the angle where it's going up this way and this way. So it must go almost straight up.
It's just cut out of the rock.
Yeah, it's all perfectly etched and cut in, as if well crafted.
And did I see anything or anything look like I could pick at?
No, it's all just set into the smooth gray stone.
Okay.
But looking up the other way, it just seems to go up, and these aren't as nice of steps. It's almost like a bit of a service tunnel. It's cut loosely out of the rock. It's not refined and smooth, and it looks like it just goes up. Again, just up and a little bit off to the side to where you can't really see. So it does, again, one direction and the other.
I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna go up to the left one and just see what's up there.
The left?
Yeah.
Turning this way, yeah, and these are nice, hard set steps. So you kind of go up them, and it takes you, it goes up, and then up another like 5 or 6. And as you look up and ahead now, it actually goes up almost like all the way around another 2. You're just like, dang, these are a lot of.
Can I check the other side now? Can I go back down?
Yeah. Stepping back down, you come back down to where you're standing at the base of the steps, right? You're standing there. Yeah, it's you two. You guys are in here, warming yourselves at the fire, getting ready to. If you guys have fish and stuff, you can cook or food you want to make. You can prepare something.
Yeah, I want to do both of those things.
As you're waiting at the bottom of the steps, he comes dashing back down, shuffling up the other one, and with your torch out in front of you, again, it's narrow going up, and it only just comes up to a hollowed out spot in the dirt, like in the dirt and the rock, to where it's all just sort of no stone or anything. But it comes up, and there's, well, a small little, like a room has been kind of carved out of it. And up there is what looks like a thin little table, and sitting at it is just a, what looks like an old ink bottle, right? With a quill sticking out of it, with a white quill sticking out of it. And the parchment that's on this, again, under an inch of dust, cobwebs strewn across it, is a thick stack of parchments, right? But it's been there so long, as you creep up to it kind of cautiously, or
I'm just like trying to blow the dust
you
off.
take a moment. Okay, go ahead.
I just won't be able to read it, maybe.
I was going to give you a moment, but you didn't need a moment. A 1.
Should have taken a moment.
Blowing at you, trying to blow at it. Some of the pages, the first page or 2, almost crumble from your breath, breaking up and away, breaking off. Those were, being on the top, I guess, the first ones to take all the damage from sitting here. So as you peer at the ones underneath, they seem to be in better condition. You can even make out the faint scratchings of writings on them. But, again, you would want to think about what you would do in order to try to recover them.
Well, can I take the ink and quill
Yes.
first?
Yes. It's called a turtle dove quill, and
Okay.
it's indigo ink. Oh, they're actually at a point to where they could do some night games, because they're in a spot where they have a fire and the characters could rest, and they're exploring. So night games could be a viable option. That you mention it. You have somebody that wants to play on stream. That would be 1, 2. That would be 3. I think 4. I think 4 would be all we would need. You just have to let me know what day you guys are interested in trying to set something up during the week. Probably have to be like a weekday.
We're
Probably.
8 minutes for minutes to midnight.
Ooh, and it's actually, there's a mini game coming up. There's a mini game that we play. Have we done it on stream? There's a mini game that we play every night.
I don't think so. Yeah.
But the mini game can only happen from 11:59 to midnight. So that's why it's called Minutes to Midnight. So yeah, it'll be starting here in about 7 minutes.
Okay. So before I touch it, am I able to position myself to attempt to read it or make any type of understanding?
So you want to try to read it first?
Yeah, and then I will also
He took a moment. Look at that. Go ahead, roll these 6 to try to. And don't forget that you can always call down to your teammate if you need to. You're up the.
It's just a D6.
Yeah. It's a 1,
Another one? No.
just like the other one.
Another.
Just like the other one.
That's bad, huh? Ones are bad.
So I guess I'm not able to.
No, unfortunately not. I apologize. It's a combination of your intelligence being the number that it is, combined with the combination of the little legibility roll. Yeah, so you can definitely tell that it is writing, and that it is a writing that could be read, but you for some reason can't read it.
I'm gonna call down to the guy with the highest intelligence.
Yeah, I'll try to read it for him.
And so again, it's a very narrow cut out of the dirt until it comes up to what looks like a room, and he's hunched over a small little table that was layered in dust. And as you look over his shoulder, you see what look like not ancient, but like super old writings that are stacked in parchments. You're like, oh, hold on. Kind of letting him shift over to the side so you can get a closer look. Roll d6. So with your intelligence, you'll get a plus one. That's a 6.
Oh, dude, let's go.
Roll it again.
1, 3.
So you
7, really.
So you can tell right away that it looked like it was inventory and plans about making some kind of weapons to put inside of carriages. You see some of the top part of the paragraph there is about placing an order for lumber and for nails and supplies and this and that. At the bottom part is outlining the thing that was going to go in them. It was some kind of a magical device, to call it a simple term. It has a small little diagram of something and then some scratches next to it about some kind of big thing that's placed in the center, and then some things around it to power it, and then to literally like something happens where it propels itself out of the top of the carriage. But it's, without looking at the stuff underneath it, it's all the information that you get from the first page.
Are you fine with reading more, or?
Yeah. Should we try to maybe take this page off? I was hoping there was maybe something about any minerals or anything they were finding here while they were digging.
No, this doesn't seem to be directly connected with any mine shaft that you can see as of yet.
This is like dirt though, and like, do I see any?
It is. It looks like
veins?
somebody had attempted to make a crude tunnel here at some point while they were making the steps, maybe, or some point before it or after it. But they made a little room up there where there was a little table where they had been writing things out, or examining them, or signing them, or something. It's hard to tell.
But I don't see anything exposed.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go back down to the fire, I guess.
But as you turn and you can notice holes, little pinholes in all the walls that I guess you didn't notice because you were so intent on what was, the table with the writings on it. Maybe where things were hanging. Back down the tunnel, and look, you went down the tunnel hard. I'm sorry. Back down the steps, and back down in here. The whole room now is warm from this roaring blaze happening in the center of the room. A lot of the smoke wafting high from the out here up out into this. Again, it's ventilated enough to where the smoke isn't really lingering on the ceiling in a lot of places.
I'm attempting to play Smoke on the Water.
Go ahead. 5.
Nice.
You go. And then you yell, "There's a fire in the sky!" And looking around, everyone just goes, again, because the fire is just blazing up, and you're just like,
What did y'all learn in that room over there?
Just some stuff. There was something about a weapon they were trying to make, about with the carriages or something. He's the one who read it. I can't read, so I don't.
No, he did a great job of summarizing it.
orders for the manufacturing of the carriages themselves. And yeah, something about a magical weapon that was supposed to be seated in the back.
We didn't find no magical weapons.
There was nothing in any of the carriages. They were all barren and worn out.
Okay.
But with
Some sort of medieval terrorist weapon.
No doubt.
So as the four of you are all standing around the roaring blaze, did you guys have things that you were preparing over the fire?
Yes. I was cooking my elk leg and my prickled barracuda.
Huh.
Taking both of those.
I have that giant cleaver if the elk leg would need to be like filleted or whatever.
Do you want to try to use that cleaver that he has to before you start to cook them to do some of these?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. But
Nice.
well, actually, I'm gonna say, keep your cleaver. You can have some of the meat if you'll just cut it for me. I don't want to lose my fingers yet.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna cook something too.
Oh, nice.
Well, since I have the cleaver, if y'all just want fillets, I'll just cut them up.
Are you guys gonna work together then?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I have a big green belly tuna.
Because I'll also cut up the other two legs I have, so we could just have a bunch of food.
I also have seaweed, so we can maybe
We will
make some
feast
sushi.
like kings in this dungeon.
Yeah.
They're gonna eat you well. They're gonna eat you well. That's what a benefit of catching fish.
Yeah, I have some crimson berries as well.
Yeah, I have some too.
They're natural
too.
scavengers.
No, we're 15
Since they're handling
seconds.
the cooking,
We have-
I'm
15
hop over
seconds
to the
to
room.
minutes to
Oh,
midnight.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
we have
is it?
10 seconds.
All right. So during this minute, we
Yeah,
take
do we need the
turns
box?
rolling in sequence, and you get a bonus if you hit the
Or
20.
throw it in there. Okay.
Is it time?
It's time.
Is it all Oh, I hit a 20.
I hit a 20.
DM hits 20. Irving hits 20. Come on.
20.
Oh. Drum hits a 20. Oh no. Oh, look at all the action I put on. Sprinkles' dice right there. No.
That's a boy.
That was like
Oh,
they were all
you had
they were
it.
all nines.
Yeah, I saw it.
Nice. DM hits another 20.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, 2 20s.
Midnight.
Oh, I have one. I have one.
Midnight has
He did get one of the last seconds.
I had the last one.
Fun.
Nice. So
I went that whole time. Thought with 20.
so who got exactly one rate point? Or what? How out? Well, I should say before I give out this very first prize.
What a slip.
That was the Freudian slip right there. That's what it was.
We each got one.
You guys had exactly one.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'll give you each exactly one rave point.
Nice, dude.
I
You
was
had
like,
two?
what happened to my book?
So I will give you a mill roll. Do you want? I will give you for two of them. I will give you 1d6 times 100 mil.
Mm.
You're really good right now.
A 6! Let's
Crazy.
go!
Oh.
Oh wow.
Reroll.
3. Wow, but that was a cool 600. So
600 right there.
so
Yeah, man.
how many
We just got
and so how many did you get?
I got one.
1400 mil.
Oh, so then you
I just missed it. I didn't. I forgot.
nice. So you get a rate point, but for all three of you, all getting one, all three of you got a rate point, right? And then I'll give all of you 1d4 times 11 mil. Not much compared to 600, but 2.
That is quite all right, sir. Thank you very much.
That is a 4. 44 on a roll again.
600 even.
44 plus 3. I'll make it 55.
Oh, wow.
And
Thank you, sir.
2 makes 22.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of money. So the so as far as the work together roll, I know y'all were going to try to work together to start cooking all the fish and preparing everything. So that's D4's on work together, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have a 2. We have a 2 already. He's over here dropping deuces. A 4.
Okay.
That's a 4. And I roll it again. A 2.
Hi-oh.
Look at him like
Nice.
a 3.
Still got it.
Yeah, you can try to link in.
Oh, I was gonna.
Oh, that's
inspect
right.
the other room.
Cause you were out here. I don't know why I had you. I don't know why I had you cozied up. I don't know why I had you cozied up to the fire. So, while they're and they're getting the food ready, elk legs and fish. They're wrapping it with seaweed and putting it on something. Getting all the preparations ready. You're in here exploring this kind of. It's an open section of room with high stone set walls that go all the way up, like 50 or 60 feet. Pretty amazing. These big wide hinge brackets on these sides, they're big, like they're huge hinges, bolted into the walls, with those big wooden pulley wheels way up at the top. And the steps that are set here are pretty wide, like 7-8 feet wide a piece, going up several high steps into the higher platform to where it goes off to the left and to the right. But it's a nice sized. It's just a nice sized little room here that they seem to. And if they were bringing a carriage through here, it would look like it would maybe. It would definitely kind of just fit in this space that they've set for it. Like it would just fit.
Is there anything like on the walls?
Nice. Roll d6. A 1. Well, there are definitely grooves, like scoring marks along the walls, as if something had dug into the wall a little bit, as if being drug up or drug down. But there's only the occasional line or mark here or there on the wall that kind of goes up.
Okay, I'm gonna make the assumption that the carts or carriages that were broke down were brought into this room and then brought up, but I can't figure out how to bring anything up because I don't see any mechanisms.
Yeah, it's not.
I just have the idea that
If there were any there just seemed they're long since rotted, worn away, been taken, disappeared. They're not here now. So either they were here at one point and now they're gone, or they were building it, preparing it, but they just never finished. Again, and that correlates with some of the rooms you saw earlier, which looked like they were in various stages of construction. The room itself is a nice sized, as you're kind of standing in it, because it's the full length on this side. It comes to a curve right here before it's rounded. So if you would play a tune, you could imagine it would echo off the high arcing walls pretty nicely.
Yeah, I'll start walking to the top or hopping to the top as I play a tune.
So up one step and the next to get up to where it goes off one direction and the other one. You belt out a tune. So 1d8. Five. You go. You try to think of a tune you had in a bad dream once. It sounded something like. See, you turning this way, and it's the nice, evenly set steps that just go up and kind of bouncing up from one up to the next. It has a very narrow, open passageway looking up to where you can peer up and you can see it goes up around again, and up around again, going up 1, 2, 3, sort of sets of stairs. So it goes up a nice, good 30 feet straight up in this stairwell. There must be a doorway or something up there. You're sure, but from
I'm gonna take my hammer and stake and
6 for that too. A 5. Yeah, and so stretching up your body a little bit so that it can be about 4.5 feet up. You just want to with the long stake. Just want to hit it one time with the hammer to pound it in. And the stone there is set, but with the dirt and the other pieces that are cracked and laid into it, one is all you need to just chunk, and it goes in 3 inches, right? Enough for it to kind of be it's there.
And then I'm just gonna hang my hat on it, the pirate hat.
Nice. Just set it right there.
Mm.
It's hanging from the makeshift hat hook.
And then I'm just gonna hop back down to the fire.
And so by this point, they had already, we'll say they had just finished their work together, which they linked on, so they get +1s, right? So you guys all want to roll for the cooking rolls, and you guys both get the +1.
D6, right?
Yeah. A 6 +1. Roll it again. A 6.
I say it's 6. Cooking skill.
Is it a
You
cooking
got this.
skill? Is it a cooking skill?
Oh god. If I can keep it in
The pressure's
box.
getting to him, folks.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it.
A 6!
No.
Let's go!
Sick.
Wow, on the cooking action.
Bird chef.
So that means that hitting the
Bird
triple
chef.
6
Yeah, how do we follow that up?
Yeah,
spontaneous
great. Now I'm
skill.
gonna hit a 1.
Woo!
Wow,
7,
what a
6,
skill.
Walks in with his camera crew.
What a skill.
6 plus 1.
Wow.
Yes. This is Rivertown.
Good job.
I feel so weird saying good job over a dice roll.
Hey,
What?
that was impressive.
Man, it was so
Odds
impressive.
are against you.
Oh man, seriously.
And on such an important, useful skill, like, yeah.
Gonna make some good food.
This will just give you our food now and let you use
Yeah,
So it
sure.
does cost AP. So make sure that's with the 8. But it is field cook, so he's able to use it, but he can't be inside of a residential house or like an inn. You have to be outside, in like
in the field.
you have to be in the field basically. So being in a dungeon or a catacomb definitely counts. So you can definitely just use it at will now, just to roll a d8 to cook.
Nice.
I would love to do that.
See a candle cook.
But that was your first success on it, and so you get maximum success for that.
There you go.
You get it automatically. And as far as your guys' successive rolls to cook,
We haven't rolled yet. Can we give it to him?
Yeah.
you guys don't even want to roll to attempt it, or you just rather have him do it?
How do you follow that? You might as well just give it to him.
I
Nice.
can still roll.
I wanted to make maybe tuna sushi things with the seaweed.
Oh.
Well, is that cooking or is it preparing? Or
Oh, it's cooking because you're putting it over the fire in a prepared state. Yeah, but with field cook, he can just use ingredients and just kind of do it.
Word, yeah. I have the crimson berries too. Make a simple sauce.
Nice. So, for your maximum success, what were the items that you cooked?
It was my elk leg, and the prickled barracuda.
Oh wow. So field cook with maximum success means that you cooked those into, I guess, what you would call. They're called. It's fish and venison. So you would call it a. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I was thinking.
Exactly.
Give you a rate point for that because you actually read my mind as I was saying it. Yeah, it is like a surf. It's like the fish because you had more fish meat than you had really mostly like good elk meat. So you kind of layered one over the other with your the dressings over the top, right? And so as it kind of all cooked into each other, it all kind of melded into one thick sort of slab of the venison-y fish meat. So it is like a surf. It is like a surf and turf. You can think of it that way. Yeah, and he prepared it on planks, and as he draws it out from over the fire, it automatically, smells incredible. He field cook on max success did it quite nicely. So if you want to give him your fish and that or your end items, he can do field cook on it.
Yeah.
What am I cooking?
I'm gonna give you
What
2 elk legs and 4 crimson berries.
Okay. Sick. Alright. I will. Do I have to roll to cook them separately, or is it one field cook for all?
Yeah, you're taking everything that he made. Did you want them to cook separately?
Oh no, I like them together.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you just go ahead and roll them all at the same time.
Super sweet.
And that
So
was
true.
the name of the What was the name of the first one?
The elk legs.
Okay, nice.
And a D8.
So let's see. It's a 5.
Hey. Too bad.
So that roasts it as he turns it over and over. And what he did is he took the other and he grounded everything up into like a bit of a paste, and he had it all around it as he was roasting it over the fire. He kind of stuck it into the end of the spit, so that way when he pulled it out for you to eat it, if you wanted it, it was already like just smoking, roasting from the end of it.
Can I put it in my basket? Like store it?
Yeah, and this spit.
Or
It was
just kinda
actually
use
the
the
elk. It was
basket
actually the elk bone that made the spit. So it's actually like bone with like
okay.
the huge hunk of the meat on the end that was roasted.
Cool.
So you can call it it's an elk roast. That you would just like take out and just like take a bite off of, like one of those leg of lambs.
Nice.
It's a leg of elk.
Sick.
Yeah.
What did you want me to cook, brother man?
So I have this big green belly tuna, and I have some seaweed and the crimson berries. I was thinking we could maybe like make little sushi roll things.
Interesting.
Make a simple sauce with the cranberry.
So instead of field cooking with the fire, then you want to use that cleaver that you were using before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this really wouldn't involve cooking so much as fine cutting.
Right.
Well, then I guess you can to make the simple sauce with the berries. The crimson
You
berries.
just grinds that up with like a what they call like a grassroot base or something like that.
I had
So
I gave him a whole handful for it too.
that's more than enough.
Let's field cook.
A 6, even better. So getting the hang of the cleaver, you're able to cut enough of the sections of the fish the way, and the tuna was fat, and so you were able to get more than enough tuna to make a lot of what he's asking for. With the seaweed tightly wrapped around it, you're able to kind of take in the berries. Some of them you're kind of putting in it, but other ones you're kind of making into a little bit of a paste, and you're kind of not drenching it in it, but making like a drizzle, I guess they call it that. And so by the time you're finished, you have quite a bit of them. We'll say you have like 8 crimson sushi rolls.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna eat one.
Yeah, I mean the sweetness of the berries and because the seaweed had the salty tart to it, and that combined with the sushi fish flavor to make, you're just like,
I'll give one to everyone else too.
oh, nice. We'll say everyone can restore 2 HP after eating one.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
That puts me back in full. I think that's the first time I've been at full since I leveled up to level 2.
So as you had walked in, and you had kind of come up behind them as they were just taking things off over the fire, and he's over here kind of cutting fish up and kind of holds it up to you as soon as you kind of walk around. He's like, sushi. And you're like, absolutely.
Immediately absorb it.
But again, with enough burning here for the fire to go for a while, if you wanted to take the short rest, some hours would pass, and your characters would not only gain back some HP but some AP as well, and your daily checks and any little skills and stuff get reset. Again, you'd have to take, everyone would take basically a 1 hour watch and a 3 hour rest, right?
Would it be well rested since we ate food?
Well, yeah.
Would it increase it more?
I would say with the amount of, did you guys eat any of, besides the sushi, did you eat any of the food that you made?
I'll eat my roast, yeah.
So that will count as being full. The sushi was a sushi roll, so it wasn't enough.
If I eat a second one, would it work?
Yes.
You gonna sleep on that?
Did
Oh
you?
yeah.
What if I
He's a
ate?
cat. He'd be alright.
What if I ate 2 handfuls of berries instead? Would that also count?
Yeah, because it's two. It's two.
Okay.
Would you wanna? How much of the surf and turf is there? Is it enough for me to share with Slippy?
It goes over. It goes over both your outstretched hands, over on each side, and so there's enough to split into half and have one serving each on each side.
Okay. I'll share my surf and turf with you, and then will that be enough for both of us to get
Yes.
like a really nice?
Yeah.
So we all get one.
Fantastic.
Yeah. That's everyone. That's
I'll
everyone.
eat that too then.
So
Okay, nice.
everybody goes back to
Yeah.
full.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Can I also meditate before I rest?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to.
It's a 1
Oh,
on the
my God.
meditate.
Before I rest.
Was it something? Was it something about the fish?
I'd like to meditate as well.
I can't get a lick of silence.
Before I rest.
Just to meditate.
A 4 on the meditate.
Nice.
Roll it again. A 3. On a 4, as
How much
you.
rest do we need to get
I'm
max
going to
AP?
take a knee before I go to bed.
Or would you just need rest?
You need a full rest for a full.
Is it 20?
A 14.
He said, "Is it 20?"
It is not.
No.
Your meditation, as everyone else kind of either slumps up against the corner, or in your case, you just sort of find a spot near the fire and just sort of settle in on yourself a little bit. I will say you're up against the corner over here, slouched. Your back up against the stone, and you're sitting crisscross. I will say between here and the doorway. Crisscross applesauce. Let's go. And you're kind of crisscross with your eyes closed. Sleeping, resting, meditating, and we'll say that you're here, and then you're over here. You're back up against the wall. You were standing up at first, but as you stretch out, do a bit of like a stretching routine at the end of the day. As you finally settle in, and you with your back up against the wall, wings kind of tucked in the back. You focus on nothing but your sound of your own breathing, the sounds of the room around you, the breathing of your friends and adventurer mates as they're sleeping, resting, meditating. Again, you got that little bubble coming off you, just snoozing away. So you as even those sounds begin to filter and fade away, hear just maybe just a little bit of static in your ears for just a moment, but then you do get you do get a sense that you know that these rooms go up, and so as you kind of cast your thought and your senses upward, you can get the sense that there's just something dangerous up there, you can say. I guess if that wants to give you a sense that the next room is the next area up there is dangerous, you get that sense at the edge of your senses that it's dangerous and it's deadly. And then as you kind of let those thoughts kind of shift and simmer and fade away, it isn't a couple moments after that you find your head tilting forward as you drift off into sleep. Now everyone is sitting around the fire here. Sleep sort of takes you, and that is a short rest. And so the short rests will commence from there. But that is the perfect time for us to leave it here for this time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for jumping in and watching. Jump in the chat. Rocks. Oh, Amy, I see you there too. Thank you guys for watching, especially if you stayed a little late to watch them in the middle of the catacombs find a cozy room to curl and relax and rest. The next stretch of the dungeon awaiting them. And that is where we will pick up next time, next Monday. Same time, same channel, StevieMillPlays. Thank you guys, and we'll see you
Next
time.
time.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.